Hello there, Internet, and welcome to another debate dissection. It is your boy, Mark Reed, sitting in the hot seat with the lovely Ember as co-host. It's back again. Are you ready to dissect? How are you feeling?
It's been a day, but aren't they all?
It has not been a day yet for me, so I can't.
Can't
empathize with that. I'm sorry. No, seriously. Why? What did power outage just before you started? Of course. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good timing. Good timing. Yeah.
God wants to stop you. Probably threw a lightning bolt somewhere, disrupted the power.
It's true. Wants to stop the spreading of the atheist message and whatnot.
Right.
No,
yes, but it didn't work. So obviously you have an iron chariot somewhere in your house. I
absolutely. That was
there you go.
First thing I did whenever you move into a new place, install your iron chariot.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I hang mine above the door. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. So this is part 2 of if you're joining us for the first time, this is Debate Dissection, and we both have review channels and decided to swap from my channel to Ember on a weekly basis. So every fortnight we're here, every fortnight we're back at Ember's lovely channel, which you should definitely check out, better than Ember. And the part 1 will be over there, but we got about halfway through it. And as I said earlier, I'm struggling to remember any real arguments that Stuart or Cliff really put forward, but I do remember a lot of sort of really, maybe not preaching, verging on preaching, like sort of the, well, if God, then kind of thing. I remember they went to the theological argument, fine-tuning, I think.
Mentions like they didn't really delve in and explore the dynamics, possibly because they were afraid, because both Skydive Phil and Alex are really well versed in philosophy, so going the standard arguments route, not wise, not with those two.
Not wise. Well, I thought maybe they were trying to get into cosmology to kind of, because obviously Alex is, any philosophy they throw at him, he's going to be well versed in. Maybe they thought less so in cosmology, but I think that Alex has been, doing counter apologetics long enough that he's going to be aware of that. It's not going to be this surprises me. I think he would be absolutely aware of it. So, I don't think they were thrown at all. But they seem to misquote sort of a couple of physicists and things like that, as I recall. Mind you, Phil seemed to be really on board with that stuff, so he seemed to react really well to it. But I do have to apologize. I was distracted by chat last time. I won't let chat distract me. Chat, you're a bad influence. Should be ashamed of yourselves. I blame you for my lack of professionalism, as always. Look, the chat's just here so I can blame somebody.
That's fair.
If the chat wasn't here, I'd have to blame you, Ember, and that doesn't feel good. That doesn't feel good.
I mean,
that doesn't feel good.
You wouldn't be the only person.
Oh, rabid atheist! You did a react to something wild, did you? I'm sorry, I just got up. I must have missed it.
It was a trip. It's
nice.
no spoilers because you'll get it in the first 30 seconds if you pop over to Ed's to check it out later.
Right.
It's this Catholic dude, also named Mark, who has 10 reasons atheism is stupid, and it's.
Oh my God, I'm not subscribed to Rabid Atheist. What am I doing? Like, seriously, what am I doing with my life? That's going to be rectified in short order. PC isn't around, so I might grab your link for the chat. So that's Rabid Atheist if anyone wants to check it out. Reacts, more than happy to plug people. And I'll plug Ember's channel as well, because I can.
You've got the power.
Well, yeah, I need pragmatic. Pragmatic is the absolute link mistress that hangs out. So she is amazing. But I think that sort of Cliff is just, he's too shouty for me. He is too, he seems to get wound up with any suggestion that he could be wrong, and I don't Stuart's so much easier to watch, like, seriously. But I think there's something about Alex that really just takes the wind out of people's sails. He really, the word I would use is clinical. He's like a doctor that, you know, whether he just telling people and giving them the information. And when I grow up, I want to be like Alex, quite frankly, because, you know,
except for the mustache, I just no.
Look, I'm not a big fan of mustaches, neither is my wife, but, you know, I meant like emotionally and sort of intellectually, not really physically. I don't think I'm growing my hair back anytime soon, Ember. I don't think that's happening.
That's fair. I do.
I think ship sailed on that one.
It's and I mean, we could install. If you can't have your own hair, store-bought is fine, you know? But I don't know about, like, the way Alex is able to laser focus on the actual argument being made and not all the bullshit and red herrings surrounding it. That is admirable. But for a person who's so preoccupied with morals and ethics, because that is his primary focus, the way he can sit down with the most immoral, reprehensible people and just have a calm conversation, I'm not sure if that's commendable or not.
It's a good point. I think that it's definitely a question. Should you engage people who you think are morally reprehensible? I have real mixed feelings about that.
Yeah.
I really do. That's why I won't debate Kent Hovind anymore, because the man is awaiting a retrial, you know, an appeal on his conviction for DV, sorry, like, you know, basically injuring his wife. So I don't know that I want to engage with that anymore and sort of give him the air. But at the same time, you just let these people run around saying whatever they want to say. And actually, it's interesting because this was on Modern Day Debate. The link for it is in the channel below. And I saw that Lawrence Krauss is stepping up to debate ethics with Inspiring Philosophy, Michael. I'm not sure Lawrence Krauss is the best representative of ethics out there, quite frankly. As far as I know, there was a big controversy. He was let go of his university for violating the basically the sexual conduct guidelines. So I don't like it's kind of like, I'm not sure he's the best representative for secular humanism or atheism on ethics. I'm not 100% sure about that one.
Yeah, there's a lot of murky water out there in the land of the moral landscape, you might say.
Right. And sort of but yeah, I mean, it always blows my mind that the one of the first debates that I had was with a guy called Smoky Saint, and it was on morality. And I mean, he had all kinds of things to say on how everyone knows morality. It's written on your heart and it's given from God and all that kind of stuff. Found out later he was an offender for abuse of children. So I was like, wow, that's actually disgusting. And how you have the temerity to debate morality when you're aware you've done something, I don't understand. I don't get it. Like how you can go, okay, well, I've done this thing, but I'm gonna tell you you're immoral because you're an atheist. I don't have any convictions in that field. I think that morally I'm doing okay. I mean, I'm not perfect. I've done things wrong, but morally I'm doing better than that. Like, seriously, that's a low bar to clear. Horrible.
Well, we know how some people feel about low bars, but I don't know. It seems to me that people who openly embrace being hypocrites are completely blind to their own hypocrisy. Now, everybody's got moments of hypocrisy. Sometimes it's a matter of miscommunication. Like, you'll say one thing and then you'll say something different. Like, you know, I might say there is no God, and then on the next show I might say God doesn't want you to do that, and somebody will go, ha ha, this atheist is a hypocrite. But it's like context dependent, and I'm just not explaining properly, you know. But then you've got situations where a person is like totally immoral but wants to be the champion of morality, and it doesn't even occur to them that that might not be the best idea.
Yeah, and the whole thing, the problem is that the Bible is so immoral in what it promotes. You know, slaves obey your masters, even the harsh ones, kind of thing. It's like, no, that's not what we should be getting out of morality. There's some good things in there, you know, love thy neighbor and all of that kind of stuff, but they're so rigid. They're so lacking in any kind of flexibility. Like, love thy neighbor. What if your neighbor is a criminal person that has, you know, why should you love that person? And it's like, well, love the person, hate what they're doing. It's like that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
It's just not nuanced. It's just so, like, you know, do not bear false witness or do not lie. That is so not nuanced for how society works, kind of thing. You know, that really isn't.
Yeah.
You know, there's certain times where, you know, if somebody sort of says, oh, how do I look in this? You know, you don't want to just say, hey, you look like a complete piece of shit crap or something. You know, I just think there's some cases where there's sort of, there's appropriate times and places for certain behaviors, and the Bible has none of that. It's don't work on the weekend or else, you know, you're going to be put to death, kind of thing. It's really harsh. What if you're an EMT? What if you're a you know, emergency operator? What if you're all kinds of things?
Well, you know what our good friend and frequent chat member Left-Handed Jedi would say about this. Clearly the Bible was written by a Sith because it only deals in absolutes.
Well, I mean, there's always the question of, was God the evil one in the book? Because he does a hell of a lot of killing and a hell of a lot of slaughter and a hell of a lot of really immoral stuff. And the devil doesn't really do any of that. The worst he does is stuff to Job on God's allowance. So I you know, and let's face it, the very first story, Genesis, the snake told the truth.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that.
Lied.
The very first lie in the universe is Yahweh's.
Yeah, which is crazy that they don't see it that way, that they say, hey, no, God was right, because they meant the spiritual death that comes later, because and it's just like, dude, no, the snake said, like, God just said, hey, you will surely die the day you eat of this apple. And the snake said, no, that's not true. You will actually gain knowledge of good and evil like God does. And what happens? Exactly what the snake said. And yeah, crazy. So yeah, I might throw this up and get started. Do we have anything to go through before we get rolling?
I suppose there's that whole capitalism business. Hello, folks. Have you liked the stream yet? You should totally subscribe, because we do this every week. As Mark said earlier, alternating channels. Plus, there's other goodies on this channel, like Fundamentalist Fails and Aimbot and Room Rumbles, all sorts of cool stuff. So make sure you hit that button and ring the bell so you get notifications every time new videos become available, because you don't want to miss this stuff. And if you really enjoy this stuff, make sure to join memberships, where you gain access to all kinds of cool, fun custom emojis, like the logic button and the ban hammer and the bonk button. And
you're really good at this. You're
I
really
am,
good
aren't
at this.
I?
Yeah, it's so good at this. Amazing. And Left-Handed Jedi's right. Aaron Ra makes a very, very good point, that it says that old serpent in one of the passengers, that isn't necessarily talking about the serpent in the garden. It is very a very tenuous link that they make, that the devil is called that old serpent when, and then they assume it is the one in the garden. So I'm not convinced either, but a lot of Christians are, which is sort of why I address their issue. It's sort of an internal critique. Did the snake have legs when the lie was told? I think so. They were taken away after. Yes, they were, because the snake was cursed to crawl upon its belly for all the days of all its days, basically crawling on its belly, which is, we know this to be mythology about why do snakes crawl, like slither on the ground. Oh, well, it must have been a lie. It's mythology. It's just mythology.
Yeah,
we know that's not why snakes crawl.
The same passage says they'll also eat dust, and they don't.
They don't. Their tongue is actually sensing smells and vibrations in the air. It's not actually eating dust. Yeah. Okay, so we've had Left-Handed Jedi come through with 5 readerships. Thank you so much, Left-Handed Jedi. I will never call you a Sith again, ever.
Like a true Jedi Knight.
No, you are a Jedi Knight. You are the Jedi Knight. You're my white Jedi Knight. That sounds terrible. So Gregory Neatsky, Timothy Grimley, Tyler Hallen, Flat Earth Denier, Asher, all get readerships. Congratulations, winners, chicken dinners. Enjoy your emotes and other benefits. I've got to get better at doing member-only streams and stuff. I got to do that.
Same.
Like, seriously, I really fumble around in the dark with that stuff. But you're fantastic at this kind of stuff compared to me. I'm absolutely amazed at you. Hey, Jess, so good to see you. So good to see you. The serpent was a Gyla monster. Uh-oh.
Ooh.
Uh-oh. Okay. Well, I guess we get started. Start to review. Start to give our thoughts. And
are we doing a thing?
Apparently so. We are doing a thing. Now, I've switched to the YouTubes because my sound is always a bit crappy on the media player that I've got. I don't know why, but whenever Chrome plays a media file, it's always really bad. Hey, Stacey, Marty, so good to see you. Some of my favorite. Al out there. Al, you beautiful bastard. So good to see you, mate.
With animals dying. And obviously, the Bible never says that animals suffer because of human sin. Never once does the Bible say that. Instead, we read that there was a rebellion against God that the angel Lucifer led. There was also a rebellion against God in Adam and Eve. So to come down once again.
Read that?
So just for a backstory, they start on the problem of evil, and sort of Alex's sort of tactic for this one is to point out, much like sort of I go to natural evils, he goes to animal suffering evils, right? So we know that it's evil to torture an animal. We all know that. And as a moral emotivist, Alex is appealing to that, which is fair enough. We all feel horrible when a kitten is, like, if you really want to know how people feel about animals being animal cruelty, just there was a documentary, Don't F with Cats, where the internet chased down a guy who was being cruel to cats and actually helped the police catch him. It's actually a fascinating documentary. So his thing is, well, we know that animals suffer. That seems to be immoral, but what did animals do to warrant this suffering? Because they didn't eat from the tree. The fall seems to be a punishment for people, not animals, but yet animals still suffer. And it is a good argument. We know that that's absolutely horrible. We have laws to stop the needless suffering of animals. We still sort of, butcher and consume animals, but we try to do it as humanely as possible. I think it is a good argument. But Cliff seems to be leaning into it, saying, hey, the Bible never said animals would suffer. Sure, that's the entire point, I think.
Bible's not great at predicting things.
No. And I think it is the point. Like if humans did something wrong, why make animals suffer in the way that they do. Well, that's a good point, Eric, and a big shout out to Eric.
I was just going to bring that to your attention. I'm like, oh.
Yeah. No, I get sacrifice, but that's very specific reasons in the Bible. It's burnt offerings in the Bible you're supposed to have. And can I just give a big shout out to the Daily Atheist Morning Show and Chris Mallard. Hilarious. Every time I think about it, the goat-scented candles comes to mind. Just, I love that so much. I want to make my own ads like that and give it to him, because that, like, Chris is doing some amazing stuff. I'm actually a big fan of Chris. I'm yeah, absolutely fantastic.
He's one hilarious bastard. And
look,
puppies. 5 puppies.
Yes. Yeah. And like that sense of humor, that really dry sense, that's right up my alley. That's exactly my sense of humor, and I love it. What a guy! What a guy! I think I've fallen in love with Chris Mallard a little bit. Never mind. Look, the sacrifice. You've got a really good point, Eric. That animals are seen as an extension of humans. They're seen as something that humans can do whatever they want with, however they want. But sort of his example is an animal that dies in the wilderness, had a broken leg, suffers for days and days in screaming agony, and then, is found by some other animals who rip them apart with no human ever seeing it or ever engaging with this thing. So the question is, well, why does that happen? Like, why is this a thing that God has brought into the world? Because there seems no reason for it. You can't say, hey, it's punishing humans, because humans aren't involved in any way. And there's no sacrifice to God, because that's necessary, or it's not necessarily, but usually it's a human giving something to God. It's a tribute to God. So it really doesn't fall under that category. It is a good point, though. And possibly you could make the argument that that animals suffer by extension of being only there for humans. So if humans suffer, the animals have to suffer. Seems pretty horrible, though. Like, seems pretty awful. The funniest thing I've seen with sort of it's not animal cruelty. It's just I once saw a cat when I was really young, and my father was an electrician, so I worked on a building site, and a cat jumped onto the top of a 20-gallon drum, one of those big drums, because it had a flat top, and thought it was just a drum, and it turned out to be plaster. And so we couldn't catch. Well, my dad and mum tried to catch the cat afterwards, but they couldn't catch it. In the hot Australian sun, it got slower and slower, and then stiffened basically with all the plaster in its fur into like a solid cat statue. And it's horrible, but kind of funny at the same time. And that cat had to be shaved, was not happy, felt really sorry for it. Yeah, I think it's just Ginge, I think, typical ginger cat name. Anyway, I'm tangenting. Tangents in the chat.
That never happens.
Yeah, come on now. You know what you're in for. Tangents. Yeah, exactly, Alex. Yeah. And that was the other Alex O'Connor's argument. What's the point there? It serves no purpose in either men or gods. Like, it just seems to be needless cruelty. And I think it's a good argument. I personally would appeal to natural evils more, like viruses, volcanoes, things like that. Like, what's the point? I think that's where I would go. But, I think Alex became a vegan or vegetarian, which...
Yeah, for a while, a couple of years.
Yeah, which I don't... Look, I respect his choice. I'm not... I think that perhaps people that are vegan or vegetarian may be morally superior, but I don't think it's a moral necessity. So, yeah.
And so precisely on these points and act like the Bible says
correct,
this,
yes.
And the Bible teaches that. I begin to think, good gracious, what Bible have you been reading? What are your means of interpreting a text? And if you're going to be overly wooden, it's just as ridiculous to say, well, when Jesus says, I am the vine, he's claiming to be a plant. You've got to allow an author and a speaker to use metaphor, simile, allegory.
Sure, I'll grant that. What? Absolutely.
Yeah.
You're going to have metaphor in a text. But if you do agree that it needs to be interpreted, then who gets to interpret it and using what system to verify? This is why we end up with thousands of different denominations, because everybody's going, oh, I know the truth. The Holy Ghost told me.
And that's how we end up with a bunch of creationists saying that the world is 6,000 years old because they've calculated it from the ages of the people. That's not hyperbole for some reason. So really, we're talking about who decides what is hyperbole in the Bible and what isn't hyperbole in the Bible. It's really weird for him to go, oh, well, your reading of it. When creationists, some of them, do such mental gymnastics to make something more credible. Like right, it can be metaphor. Yeah, Jeff. I'm with you, mate. I'm with you. Crucifixion, resurrection. And yes, the chat's purpose is to distract me and does so incessantly. That is more a me problem, though.
No, the chat's just very skilled. I mean, you've been on YouTube a couple of years. They've figured out how to provoke a response. It's just it's evolution. I forgot my coffee.
ADHD doesn't help either.
I will be right back. I left my coffee on the other side of the curtain.
I can now tangent as much as I want. Well, Alec, that one, the metaphor dash the inverts upon the rock. So here's one example. I think this is a really good example where those I believe that was in Lamentations. I think I will double check that. But basically, they were describing kind of this what they wanted to do, what they wanted to do against. Oh, it was Psalms. Yeah, it was Psalms. Okay. It sort of, some of it is like, for instance, when they were exiled in Babylon, sort of things that they wanted to do to their enemies. And it doesn't necessarily mean that's what they did or what you should do. It is, parts of it is this kind of angry rant at the sky. But if you're going to take the book, and this is where you have a really good point, if you're going to take the book as a commandment from God instead of, you know, what it is in that section, like it is a angry rant at the people that have held them captive, it's a problem, because that isn't something that is acceptable. You're 100% right. But I think that part of it is sort of, I'm going to kick his ass kind of thing. Like, you're not literally going to kick his ass. Like, it's not like I'm going to say, well, I'm going to get into this debate and kick his ass. It's not literal. So a lot of it is like this. A lot of it is this metaphor, but they sort of want to pick and choose what they have as metaphor and what they have as actual moral pronouncements and commandments and things like that. So I think that's a problem, because the Bible was never written in this way to be a document of history or a document of sort of like the codex from what was it? Hammurabic Codex that was sort
Hammurabi.
of Hammurabi.
Not to be confused with Harambe.
Harambe. No, it's the Harambe Codex.
That's right.
Don't shoot gorillas when they got hold of a child is the Hammurabi Codex. But things like this were written up as codes, but the Bible seems to be compiled together of some of that stuff and just some wishful thinking, some rants at the universe, but they interpret it all as this hard thing. But it's kind of odd that Cliff's saying, "Oh, how did you get this interpretation?" I don't think it's a harsh interpretation on a reading. I really don't. And I dislike how angry he is getting right now.
Oh, he always gets angry.
I know.
It's like his thing.
Like
I'm full of the love of Christ.
Well, I mean, in a debate, I really just try and trigger him more, because he seems like Cliff, if he gets down to getting utterly furious, he will just preach. That's all he does at that point. And it's actually hilarious to see, because he just, fire and brimstone preachers. Hi, Maya. Hi, Tapioca. We've got the Bad Science Sunday crew in. Awesome.
Yes, yes.
And these arguments are really hyper skepticism that's straining at a gnat and missing the whole point.
What? Hyper skepticism? No. Extreme skepticism, and I had some conversations on this recently, actually. Extreme skepticism is sort of, so that is when sufficient evidence is presented, strong, compelling evidence is presented, and you're basically saying, well, that's not enough. It still could be something else. You'll see that a lot in Flat Earth, for instance. You'll present, the final experiment and the, star trails and all of this evidence, and they'll still say, no, I'm still skeptical. That's extreme skepticism. But even theists admit that at some point you've got to use faith for a God because there is no sufficient evidence. That is not extreme skepticism. That is a reasonable level of skepticism. Like, just because you want to, as our favorite philosopher would say, lower the epistemic bar, right? Lower the epistemic bar, which means that you are less skeptical and more prone to believe what it is you're being told, because epistemology is why we believe and the reasons why we believe what we believe. So what he's basically saying is be more gullible. That's essentially it, right? Being more gullible.
Only in this one very specific way. Be absolutely super skeptical about the identical claims of Islam and Buddhism and Hinduism and Sikhism and Zoroastrianism and all the other things. Those we need demonstrations to even consider.
Right. And Dr. Tapioca Weasel, my favorite weasel, you ferret, how are you? Yo, what up, chat? I am reality's curse on Maya. Wow, okay. You're a curse on no one. Yeah, maybe you are. Maybe you are. I don't know. But Maya, look, you're both a blessing and a curse. You're both. Why can't you be both? Why can't you be
exactly? Why not both?
Why not both? Low bar Bill mentioned checks. Yeah, we've got to do it at least once an episode. Has to happen. I mean, this is the thing. Like, you can't sit there and sort of say, well, if you can't reach that epistemic level that basically ought to convince you that something is true, then lower that epistemic bar and then say, well, you're practicing, then they're not practicing extreme skepticism anymore. You are not practicing enough skepticism. And I think that's where Cliff is sitting right now. I don't like, if you have this excellent evidence for a God, you need to present it. Mm-hmm. But Cliff hasn't really presented anything. He's basically saying, hey, you're reading the Bible wrong. That's not evidence of a God. That's evidence that we've both got a disagreement on what the text says. Why does your interpretation get to be the one that's official? Because every Christian thinks their interpretation is the right one. Everyone. And as atheists, how the hell are we supposed to decide who has the right interpretation of this book? And why should we listen to yours? I don't get it.
Quite so.
Yeah.
And I think
what is it that we? What is it we quoted?
Sorry, can I just?
I just listed them.
Okay, I just want to.
I don't remember him listing the things that he misquoted. I don't remember that. Did I miss that?
For me either. But I mean, it's really hard to remember what the hell Cliff said because it comes off as Bible.
Yeah. But I don't think he actually. I think he talked in generalities. I don't think he mentioned anything specific. And I can see that Alex is making notes, which is fantastic to see. I think probably Phil is. I'm not sure. Always love it when people make notes in debates. It is. If you're not taking notes and your opponent is, you have left a tool on the table, my friend. A tool on the table. I'm really big on that, by the way. Just to let you know.
Leaving tools on the table?
Yeah. Well, I consider myself somewhat an expert on tools. I mean, I recognize many tools when I come on here. Many tools.
There's a couple on screen right now.
I wasn't going to say it. Look, Stuart's all right. I don't mind Stuart. At least he's kind of I don't know. At least he doesn't yell at you while you're talking to him. Like, I don't mind Stuart. Stuart's fine. I just, this fire and brimstone thing from Cliff. Come on, Cliff. You can do better, mate. You can make some arguments rather than scream at people. But he's used to just yelling at students in forums kind of thing. He's used to going to universities, like the Ray Comfort thing, and just yelling at students kind of stuff. So, that's what he's based his channel on. Unfortunately, it doesn't work in this setting.
The idea of the firmament as a solid dome is well established. I mean, even St. Augustine, let me quote you from him.
So what?
He said, hang on, let me finish, Cliff. Let me just read the quote.
He's not the Bible. St. Augustine
No, I know.
Martin Luther's Martin Luther. Well,
Okay.
I'm using arguments.
Sorry,
I'm not
can I...
hot shots at each.
Sure.
Okay? I'm listening to...
Yeah, Cliff, you're not stopping this man. He's going to be able to talk. Like, this is the thing. This is what he does in his sort of, campus stuff. He yells at people and yells over. This is a debate, mate. He's going to be able to talk. The best thing you can do is maybe note down what he says and some arguments against it and then challenge him. Come on, man. It was a good debate. Why do you got to do this? Cliff, why you be like this? Why you be like this?
To arguments and then responding. Please do the same.
We'll listen the same. We'll give about maybe 2 minutes to fill. I promise we'll come right back.
Okay. So there's good reasons to think that the ancient people believed that the sky was solid. All right.
Yes.
The quote from Augustine, I'll read it anyway. I know you don't care, but he said, bear in mind, the term the firmament does not compel us to imagine a stationary heaven. We may understand this name as given to indicate not that it is motionless, but that it is solid, and it constitutes an impassable boundary between the waters above and the waters below. Now, this is found in Sumerian culture as well. They had a solid dome separating waters. The Bible in other places says that it separates the water, so it's doing something. This is I do accept that there can be poetry in the Bible. I'm not saying there can't be, but in this particular case, they actually explain what the firmament does.
Yeah, he's not wrong. And sort of, and here's the problem with what Cliff is sort of saying. It's that the Bible was read by the early church fathers. Oh, hi, Robin Webster. Good to see you. I want to give you a big shout out to Robin. Awesome mod, awesome person. You said you asked Alex to marry. Look, if I wasn't already married, I'd probably marry Alex too. I would. No, I'm joking. I'm pretty sure he's way out of my league. But just saying, he's amazing guy. Phil's pretty damn good as well. But anyway, what I was saying is that you have these interpretations of the Bible, and quite rightly they go, okay, well, this is a solid dome with the waters above. That's why the flat earthers think that, because that was the early church interpretation of the Bible. So Phil's right. That's how they interpret it. Come to modern day, we know that's not true. So most Christians have updated their information with what we have discovered. But the problem is that they're accommodating and interpreting it to fit our modern knowledge. They're not actually reading what did the author mean by that? That's so difficult to say. But we see this a lot. We see this this language being used that is interpreted in a certain way. And then when it comes to modern day, apologetics steps in and goes, no, this is what it means. And it just happens to exactly coincide with our modern understanding of the world. How many times have you heard, oh, the Bible predicts the Big Bang by saying the heavens were stretched out kind of thing, right? They've interpreted it in a way that can fit. This is accommodation. It doesn't mean that it's the correct interpretation. So Phil's absolutely right on this one. And I think that it can be interpreted so many different ways because it's not a freaking science book and it's not a history book. It's a book of stories. That's it. And stories can be interpreted in a lot of different ways.
Right? The Talmudic rabbis debated how thick it was. Right? So this is a very commonly held belief. So I don't think you can just be so dismissive that these people really believed it. Right? So similarly, even the word rakia, it's from the root, which is to beat out a bowl, right? You can people have interviewed other people in nomadic cultures, and they think the sky is a solid dome, right? So this is very, very common in all the surrounding cultures, in nomadic people today, it's there in the word itself, the rakia. People translated it as firmament because they thought it was firm. The rabbis thought this. It's there in the text. In Job, he describes it as being hard as a solid piece of metal. So there's very good reasons to believe that they believed it. Now we can ask the question, what is more likely? That they have this completely false description in the Bible, one, because they didn't know any better, it's written by humans, it's an invention of humans, or two, that is coming from the God who knows the complete description of the universe. Now, you said, when it comes to your other point, that science just describes process. That's just wrong, right? Science also gives us an account of origins of things. It describes.
I mean, process does describe, I mean, for process to work, it has to have the cause, doesn't it? Am I wrong on that?
Yeah,
Like
I think Phil is accidentally equivocating a little bit here, because he's talking about the process of science and the yield, the result of the process, as if they're kind of the same thing.
Right. I don't know about that one, Champ, but I think I get what he's saying, that it just doesn't describe the like, because people say, you know, science is all about the how but not the why kind of thing. I think he's sort of getting at that the causal links can be confirmed by science, and I absolutely agree with that. Yes, absolutely. I think process does, but I kind of I don't like the way he's separating it. Or you think he's talking about the process of science? It's just a process.
Well, he's referencing that it's a process, but he's trying to get to the results. He's saying our thing explains the universe too, and it kind of, you know, matches reality a little better.
Yeah. No, fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Describes the nature of the universe. Cosmology is the science that studies the origins, the content, and the fate of the universe. Now, astronomy also describes what the heavenly bodies are. So the fact that it says there's a firmament is a scientific statement. The fact that it says that there was a global flood is a geological statement. And if you speak to geologists, they'll tell you there was no global flood. So you can't say.
Does Cliff and Stewart believe in a global flood?
I'm not sure. I don't think they're creationists, but I'm not 100% on that.
Knechtles. I don't know if they are or not. I think they believe that the flood happened. I'm not sure if they think it was a young Earth kind of thing. That's interesting. I really want to know the answer to that.
Yeah,
because if they want to.
I've only covered Cliff directly a couple of times, and I don't think he really gets into it in his campus preaching like he does. Oh, I'll give you 6 evidences for God, but he doesn't like say what he believes when he does that kind of thing. It is most peculiar.
Oh, okay. I don't think he is. No, he's not a young earther, because I just found a video where he talks about how the Bible never says the age of the earth. So yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, no, he's not. But I think he does think the flood happened. It's really hard to tell. It's really hard to tell. And it's a big thing, right? It is important if you think that a flood, of which we have no evidence, absolutely zero evidence of, happened. Right? That's important. It's like, it's important if you believe that the earth is flat. It's just, yeah.
Yeah, it really goes to the core of your epistemology. Like, what are you willing to believe and why?
Well, that's epistemology, yeah. That's what epistemology is.
Ember has defined a thing.
Yay!
I get a cookie.
It's in it. It describes the nature of the universe, the history of humanity, the history of the earth, and it just gets it wrong. So the question is, why does it get it wrong? What's the best explanation for that? The best, most simplest explanation is that the God of the Bible is fictitious.
That is quite an argument, yeah. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't necessitate that. The Bible could be entirely written by people and the gods still exist. But I think that sort of during the debate, they're hinging a lot of their argument on the Bible saying stuff. So the question is, if the Bible was even inspired by a god, why does it get so much wrong? Like, why does it say that the Hebrews were held as slaves in Egypt when we know for absolute certainty that did not happen? But we know without a doubt that did not happen. There is absolutely no case that can be made that that was a thing, because there is absolutely no communication, no cultural exchange between the two nations. There is evidence that the sort of Canaanite nations, and not just the Israelite, but all of them, were held as in vassalage to Egypt, you know, in another country. So vassalage is where a country rolls in and says, hey, you're going to give me taxes and troops and basically be a state underneath our sovereignty, and we won't drive you into the ground, basically. So there's a lot of evidence for that. So the Bible is sort of a, I mean, that, and but why doesn't Cliff read that as metaphor? You know, that being slaves in Egypt is a metaphor for their vassalage, because he's got to believe that the Moses miracle happened and all of that was true. You know, parting the Red Seas and escaping from Egypt and 40 years in the desert and things like this. He's got to believe that that's real.
I think that is scarily intellectually dishonest. There's absolutely no description of the process that God used to create. And just because Galileo contradicted the accepted Roman Catholic understanding that the Earth was the center of the solar system tells you nothing about what the Bible says. It was a contradiction of how the Catholic Church interpreted the Bible and how Galileo did good science. And Galileo did a tremendous job.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that. He did a tremendous job, even while being under threat of death from the Catholic Church. That's definitely got to put a bit of pressure on you, right? Like, I might be killed for saying this by religious fanatics. No pressure. So what he actually did was came out with a book. Was it a book or a paper? I can't remember which, but he came out with a document that said that Earth was not the center of the universe, essentially, that we went around the sun. And the Catholic Church threatened to excommunicate him and were very, very angry. So he just took it back and continued to, you know, in private say exactly the same thing he'd always been saying. It's kind of this, okay, sure. And who was the guy that was burnt? That was Giordano Bruno, yes.
But we don't talk about Bruno.
Wow, yeah. I mean,
never gets old.
Yeah, yeah. I wonder what he would have done to help humanity along if he had not been burnt at the stake by the church for blasphemy. I really wonder how much more advanced we would be. You know, I wonder that a lot. If the church had never intervened in all this, you know, these scientific endeavors and done what they did to stifle things in the Middle Age, I wonder how much further we would be along. I wonder that sometimes.
Yeah, same.
In science and in interpreting the Bible, Galileo said, the Bible does not tell us how the heavens go. The Bible does tell us how to go to heaven. And you are mixing areas of knowledge. Science is not in the Bible. And just because Sumerian and Babylonian cultures believed in a steel dome, and just because a lot of the Jewish rabbis believed in a steel dome, does not mean that the Bible is teaching that there is a steel dome over the earth. That is so dishonest, it's scary.
So, but it definitely mentions a firmament. So how do we find this firmament that it talks of? Because it says the sky, like, so what is it? And how do you reconcile that with the Bible, that there is a firmament and waters above? What is waters above? Where are these waters? Because I haven't seen any waters in outer space. Like, you know, it forms ice, dude. What?
Yeah, it's open to interpretation, which is sort of the problem.
Yeah.
Like, does it mean literal water, like comets and shit? Does it mean like space behaves like an ocean? Was it attempting to prophesy time-space being fluidic dynamics? Read into it whatever you want, because nobody knows. God didn't say.
Yeah. And you know, it seems to be a lot of, well, let's fit this evidence to the Bible. Let's just fit it in somehow. And, you know, I mean, I've spoken my piece on that one. I think that that's accommodating for modern science. It is not a very honest way to go about doing things. But I mean, I like that Cliff has acknowledged that there's no science in the Bible. I do like that. That's at least honest.
Yeah.
That is,
it's not still.
It's not.
The point is that it says so. I agree. The fact.
No, it doesn't say that.
It does. It absolutely
Then show me where it
does.
says that. It is not saying that. That is your interpretation, and it's a false interpretation. It's adding where the text is silent, and that's intellectually dishonest. If I read the Quran and I add to the Quran, that's intellectually dishonest. I need to study the Quran and quote the Quran. But if I'm going to add to the Quran and then take a pot shot at Islam because of my addition to the Quran, that is so intellectually dishonest, it's scary.
Can I ask a question? Firstly, I think even if Phil is wrong here, I would not hasten to charge him with dishonesty. I think that he believes what he's saying to a T. You would just
statement about him choosing to be dishonest. The thinking is honest.
You were just talking about. You were just talking about.
Cliff, just let him speak. What are you doing? He's going red as well. This is what Cliff's MO is. Like, Stuart knows enough not to like go down this route of trying to talk over people, but I don't know what's wrong with Cliff. Why he can't just let people talk? It's baffling to me. It makes him look...
He's one of those people who cannot stand correction. He's like, no, I am the father. I am the alpha. I am correct.
Mm-hmm.
Shush, you mustache person.
Yeah. Young'un. I've been doing this for 25 years. Cliff, dude, then you should know. Wow.
You were just talking about adding something to the Quran. I have, I guess, two questions that I want to ask you, Cliff. The first is this. Do you agree with the scholarly consensus of biblical scholarship, that is, that both the long ending of the Gospel of Mark and also the story of the adulterous woman in John's Gospel were added later than the earliest manuscripts, were later interpolations of the text?
Due to the precise nature of the manuscript evidence from Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, there is serious question whether the end of Mark chapter 16 was an addition or whether it was part of the original writing. The same is true for John chapter 7.
There's no question. Like among scholars, even among Christian scholars, there's not really an argument there. It really is that we had manuscripts with Mark 16, 9 to 20 in it. This is the long ending of Mark. That's the part, if you're unfamiliar with it, that's the part where it says that Christians can handle snakes and drink poison and not be affected by it, kind of thing. Caused all kinds of problems throughout the years for obvious reasons. It's a reason why Pentecostals have their snakes that they hold, because they think it makes them real Christians, because the Bible, but the thing is, we found earlier manuscripts without that in it, right? It just does not have those passages. So we know for a fact those passages were added later. And there isn't really any biblical scholars that disagree with that. In fact, in most Bibles like the NIV and Bibles like that, you'll find a passage basically before then saying, hey, this is not in the oldest manuscripts of Mark. Because don't forget, Mark is the earliest one we have. It dates from around 78 AD kind of thing. So But that's still 40 years after his presumed death and resurrection. So it's still a fair amount of time afterwards. And we know stuff was added to it. So Bart Ehrman makes a very good point that because we don't have the originals, and if we didn't find earlier manuscripts, we would have thought this was an actual passage in the Bible, right? We did think it was an actual passage in the Bible. We don't know what else was added. There may be some of your favorite passages in the Bible that were added, and we just don't know it because we don't have the originals, because we don't have something to compare to. So it is possible, and we just don't know what was added and what wasn't. Add to the fact that we don't know who wrote Mark. Probably wasn't Mark. We don't know.
In the end of 7 and the first 11 verses of John 8, there is serious question due to the fact those passages are not found in the earliest Greek manuscripts that we have, whether those additions or not. Now, Alex, please answer the question.
What?
If they're not found, which you just admitted, then they were added later.
I don't. Yeah, no. That's like they weren't found in the earliest manuscripts, but they're in later manuscripts dating from significantly after then. What? But we don't know they were added. How does that work exactly? I don't get how that works. I really don't.
What is more reasonable than the God of the New Testament? Who or what do you put your faith in that is based on more evidence of reliability?
Wow, what a dodge. What a dodge away from this subject. Oh, no, the earliest manuscripts didn't have it in it, but it doesn't mean it was added later. And what are you basing your worldview on? Dude, could you run any faster away from this subject? Like, seriously.
For real.
Holy crap, Cliff.
Has he been saving it in his back pocket for an emergency escape hatch? Because, like, that's not even related to the subject of the debate.
He shouldn't have. He'd be better off going something like, what proof do you have that it was added later and trying to take that tact. Not that we do that in history and it's...
He should just concede the point because he's not going to win on this one and try something that's a little more stable.
Yeah.
We're getting to this point of reliability because I don't want to just change the subject here. You didn't answer my question.
Alex, you asked a lot of questions. Now, could you please?
But you didn't answer my question. Do you believe that they were later additions or not?
I don't know, but there's solid evidence that those were possibly additions. I don't know.
Okay. In which case,
well, then you've got a credibility problem. As Bart Ehrman's pointed out, you have a credibility problem. And this is what bewilders me when Christians say, oh, the Bible is the most reliable, credible source ever written. And it's like, what gives you that idea? We don't know who wrote it. Parts were added later. What makes you think that it's reliable? I don't know.
Case, because we have to follow the thread of the argument here, otherwise it's a useless endeavor. If we have good evidence to suggest that people were adding stories into the gospel manuscripts even after they were first published, do we not have good reason to therefore think that people could also add stories to these manuscripts before they were written? In other words, that there are all kinds of things that end up in the gospel manuscripts that did not actually happen and weren't in the earliest traditions.
Historically, that would make zero sense.
Why?
Maybe he'll explain.
Yeah.
Because of the earliest church and how close the events themselves were reported through oral eyewitness testimony, not oral tradition. It was spread throughout.
What?
Throughout the
oral eyewitness testimony. I witnessed a storyteller telling this story, therefore.
But we don't know that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were written by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. We don't know that.
Oh, he's basically conceding that.
Eyewitness
they were
testimony.
passed on by oral tradition. And someone witnessed that, I guess. Okay.
Wow. So there's no way anybody, when passing on an oral tradition, could not have exaggerated events or added an event. That's impossible,
for
says
2
Stuart.
generations.
Right. This is 70. 40 years afterwards. Yeah, 2 generations. Yeah. What are you talking about?
You know, my grandmother, she saw this one dude that got hung on a cross this one time.
Yeah.
He said, love your neighbor, and then they fucking murdered him.
We have people passing along events that from today, like, look, as an example, Trump was on camera when someone like took a shot at him. And there are people who claimed right afterwards that they saw an angel divert the bullet. And that's on camera, and that's today. People will make stuff up in their head. I don't know. It's wild he thinks that people don't exaggerate. Wow.
The entire universal church and was being preached not just by pastors who were looking for nickels and noses. It was preached by the common people. And so to say that there were early editions is such a leap of faith.
I am so glad he brings up the unity of the church, because even the Bible tells of how Paul, who had a vision and never met Jesus, had one idea of how things should be run, and the other disciples had a different idea, and they effectively started 2 different churches. And then the disciples' churches started to splinter, and that was Paul's whole life, was trying to wrangle all the different Christianities that were branching out right from the very beginning into one cohesive power.
Right. And there were a whole bunch of old traditions that didn't make it into our current Bible, like the Gospel of Thomas, for instance, completely cut. That was an oral tradition that was cut out because it's a little ridiculous and hard to believe. But that was one of the traditions being passed around. So we've got to remember that the oral traditions that you're talking about, the church itself knew there were traditions that weren't true. Right? That were added. So why is it that you have things like the Gospel of Thomas cut out because you said, hey, that oral tradition was made up. It was not a real tradition. It didn't really happen. Yet you're saying all of these did. But if it was so unlikely anybody would make stuff up, then the Gospel of Thomas shouldn't exist. But it does.
That is an excellent point. I always forget to bring up the extra Gospels and be like, people, you agree people made shit up. That's why you don't believe the other Gospels.
Correct. Yeah. Because people made shit up about like Jesus striking dead a child and wrestling dragons in his crib. I mean, the Gospel of Thomas it's a read and a half. It is funky. But
it's fun,
that's
though.
why. And they think that's been made up. So I really hope Alex picks up on this. Come on, Alex, you've got to know about the Gospel of Thomas and the other, Gospels that didn't make it into the Bible.
Scary, just because potentially there was later editions. I don't think that follows. Maybe
Do you believe
that Alex? Maybe Jesus was just a cosmic hoax. It's possible.
I think Jesus existed.
It's possible. The question is not what is ultimately possible. The question is, what does the evidence point to as most reasonable, most reliable in light of the evidence that we do have?
Sure.
That's right. Do you think
what evidence do we have, Cliff?
Yeah. The Bible. That's it.
Yeah. Like there's literally nothing but the mythology that indicates Jesus existed. Like, I'm willing to grant he existed for the sake of argument because it doesn't matter to me if there was a living dude who then died and then story sprung up or whatever. But the fact that believers can't put the mythicist hypothesis to bed because there's no evidence is pretty damning.
Yeah.
Side of the people that Jesus and the apostles and the prophets of the Old Testament rose from the dead themselves. Do you think that Jesus is the only person who's ever risen from the dead?
No, Jesus raised people from the dead.
No, outside of the people that Jesus rose from the dead and the apostles and the Old Testament prophets rose from the dead.
It's totally possible that there is some type of near-death experience or some type
No, I mean like bodily resurrection of the dead.
I am not in.
Is he talking about like the saints that rose from the dead when Jesus was resurrected? Like they all wandered around the city and talked to people and engaged with them kind of thing?
Yeah, the zombie invasion.
Zombie invasion? You think he's talking about that?
He might be.
Because I don't know who raised them from the dead.
Oh, nobody. They just rose in the general milieu of the holy magic around Jesus' rising.
Well, it's got to be like the best resurrection ever. It had a collateral damage. I mean,
yeah, it was an area of effect
powerful.
resurrection, because God couldn't see inside the tomb, so he just like hit the whole hillside with a res beam or something.
Oh,
yeah.
You know what? I didn't even think that mass resurrection was in the player's handbook, but obviously it is. Wow, that's impressive.
Intelligent enough to follow all of the claims, but the resurrection of Christ, I think, is historically validated in a very intellectually satisfying manner.
How?
So here's a question.
No, don't let him pass. Don't let him skate, Alex. That's central to the debate. Ask him how.
Well, I mean, it's weird that he uses the word satisfying, because a lot of questions are unsatisfied about this. Like, who wrote these books? Were they credible people that wrote these books? Did they have any other agenda? Was stuff added to them? Who added this stuff? That's completely unsatisfying to me. I think he's more just doing an appeal to emotion. Like, I feel satisfied that it gives me an answer. Is it the correct one? That's the question. It's a really weird to use that satisfying as a
well, that's the core of his epistemology. How do we tell? Well, this one satisfies me. So it's literally feels. That's all there is.
But there can be infinite amounts of explanations that can satisfy all of the criteria of something. We can just make some crap up. You know, like we just can. It doesn't mean that it's the correct answer. And sometimes the unsatisfying answer is actually the correct one. You know, it kind of sucks, but that's life. I don't know why it has. Maybe it means it's satisfying as in it satisfies the criteria for evidence kind of thing. I don't see how it would, though. It's very strange. Cliff, you talk weird, mate. You really do. I don't understand what you're talking about.
Dr. Kip's dropping by to drop some bombs on Cliff.
Ah, Kip. Nice. The saddest thing of all of this is the Bible's supposed to be the thing that Cliff is good at. Well, you know what? I don't know, but losing his temper seems to be what Cliff is good at. He's had lots of practice and is very, very, very good at it. I don't know. I love how Alex is just ignoring it, though. Like, it's just everyday stuff. Just, that nothing's going to frustrate a person with an anger issue than someone just ignoring it and carrying onwards. It's hilarious.
Matthew chapter 27. We're told that there's an earthquake, the second earthquake of Matthew, neither of which we have any other reports of, but there's an earthquake, and the graves open, and the holy ones of Jerusalem exit their graves and walk around the city of Jerusalem, appearing to many.
Yeah, and this is in Matthew. In no other gospel was that a big enough event to actually mention, you know, hundreds of saints rising from their graves and wandering around. Just you know, everyday life in Judea at the time. Just everyday life, that right there.
Do you think that happened?
Yes, I do think that happened. Now, Alex, it's time for you to answer my question. What is the alternative to the biblical God, Jesus Christ, that you accept as more reliable? And secondly, what's the evidence that that alternative to Christ is really reliable?
I'm an agnostic. I don't submit to no.
Okay, so he deflated that one. Like, absolutely deflated that one. I'm an agnostic. What's the alternative to Christ? Why does there have to be an alternative to a story? What, that a religion started based around a mistaken premise that somebody rose from the dead?
Yeah, what's Cliff's alternative to Joseph Smith in the Book of Mormon?
Right.
You
right.
know,
Exactly. That's a good example. Yeah. Like, how else do you explain why Scientology got so huge? Because people believed it. I don't understand why an alternative of because Cliff believes there's plenty of religions that got started and are successful, like Islam, based upon a misinterpretation or a falsehoods or you know, people believing something divine happened that didn't. He believes there's plenty of religions like that. Why is it such a stretch to believe the same about yours? That's an alternative. It explains everything, including how we see so few miracles these days.
Yeah, that's a A little interesting. I mean, well, I have heard that people have been finding Jesus in grilled cheese sandwiches and shit, but you know.
Well, yeah, but it's not curing leprosy or anything. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Science cured leprosy for everyone.
That's right.
Was that a bigger miracle? I think so. But you know, people raising from the dead was apparently commonplace back then, as Alex is pointing out. Where are those today? It doesn't happen. Where's the Damascus Road experience for people? It doesn't happen. It's really weird. You know, as soon as we get
that one bugs me. Like, here's a guy who is actively an enemy of Christianity, running around persecuting, doing damage and whatnot, and Jesus saw fit to appear to him, but then there's a whole bunch of us who were like sincerely seeking, and Jesus couldn't be fucking bothered.
And you know, I think the first I heard it was from Leo Filius, but you have this claim that God wants us to believe is omniscient, so he would know exactly what it requires to get us to believe. And it would be a triviality for an omnipotent God to actually do that for everybody that he wants to have believe. But he doesn't do it. So one of those things can't be true. Either he doesn't want us to believe, or he's not powerful enough to get us to believe, or he has some other interest in mind. I don't. It's so strange, and sort of no God would explain that fairly well. That if there is no God, then we wouldn't expect to see any miracles or revelations or anything of the sort.
Know what the ultimate answers to human existence are, but I don't think that the evidence for Christianity being the correct one is plausible.
So give me the more plausible one. That was my question, Alex. What's the more plausible one that you have chosen to follow? Because obviously you're dressed a certain way. Obviously you have your hair on your face manicured very nicely. So obviously you have.
What is this? Is he like making argument ad complementum? What is he doing?
Alex, you're very pretty. Clearly, God has blessed you greatly. Both looks and brains.
You obviously wear certain clothes and have a certain haircut. Is he basically saying, hey, you're an atheist, so you've got to defend this positive claim that a God does not exist? He just said he was agnostic, and I believe he's used that in the sense that the philosophy of religion sense, that he means that he does not know. So I don't know why he is trying to shift the burden of proof onto Alex here. He doesn't have one. You have one.
I wonder if he's alluding to how, according to the Bible, methods of dress are prescribed by faith. So since Alex has, clothes on, clearly he must be reading a different holy book that tells him how to dress. The one that says that you shall wear the fedoras when you go to temple and things like that. Yeah.
Maybe Alex is wearing mixed thread. Have you ever thought about that? Maybe he's got mixed fabrics on and we don't know about it. But it's weird. It's kind of like, well, yeah, it is shifting the burden of proof. I think that in debate, even when somebody, so at a glance, this debate would say, well, the theists have the burden of proof because they've got the positive claim. I think there is an onus for the negative position to make some sort of arguments against it as well. I do think that's the case. So I would like Alex to at least present why it's more plausible, which he probably will do. It's very, very easy to.
Oh, hey, there's a Mike versus Krauss right there.
Yeah. I don't know why they'd use Krauss for ethics. I really, I don't know why.
Have motives. You have ambitions. Mm-hmm. So you're looking for something or someone. What is it, and what's the evidence of what you are living for?
You're living for something or someone. I mean, what if he just says, I'm living for myself? I've got pretty solid evidence that I exist. I don't. If I don't, why?
What's your epistemology, Mark?
Well, if I don't exist, why are you talking to me is a good one. I just what? Like, this is about the biblical God, not about Alex's worldview. And you can say, hey, you're taking a negative position, so I would expect you to present something against the God, which he has been doing. He's basically said, hey, it's less plausible that there's a God with all of these resurrections and these additions to the Bible and more likely to be stories. But you can't just say, hey, now we're going to discuss your worldview, which is, say it's secular humanism, and go, okay, we're going to secular humanism now. No, this is absolutely diverting off the topic of the debate. And Cliff, it is a rookie move, mate. You shouldn't be doing this. And hopefully James does shut it down if it does go to, oh, well, how is your worldview correct, Alex? That's not what they're discussing. This is bad stuff, like
this
really.
Is Jim Bob level bullshit.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Where's reliable?
I'm afraid I kind of just reject the grammar of the question. I don't have a systematized theology because I don't even believe in the existence of God. I'm an agnostic. Like I say, I don't know the answer to these questions. I don't know what my ultimate motivations are. I don't even have access to my own sort of deepest psychology. So I couldn't tell you why it is that I shave my mustache and regrew a beard. I don't know, but I know that it's not because of a man who I don't even believe claimed to be God in the first place, allegedly dying on a cross and leaving some scanty evidence behind him.
I don't think that's fair. You are far too articulate. You are far too deep a thinker to convince me that there's not something that's powerfully motivating you. You're living for something, for someone, for some worldview.
To find out the truth, perhaps.
Maybe. I mean, it really doesn't matter what he says here. Cliffs doesn't really want to know what his worldview is. He just wants it off the biblical God.
Mm-hmm.
Let's face it, that's his entire motivation. Okay, so I'm a secular humanist, right? I live for humanity, the success of my species and the flourishing of my fellow humans. What are you going to say then? Like, we'll prove those humans exist? Do you buy milk from a human? I can pretty definitively show you that humans exist. How many do you need to see, Cliff? Wow.
But how is that rational, Mark? I mean, just because you can prove your thing exists and I can't prove my thing exists, mine is still more fun because it involves turning water into wine and talking donkeys. That makes it rational, right? There's talking donkeys. Don't you want to believe in talking donkeys?
Talking donkeys, yeah, talking donkeys. And I love it how they always go to the moral. I think he's going to go to moral questions next. How do you ground your morality? They love to do that when they're stuck in a corner, and then just basically
talk about their own thing.
Well, and then it's sort of just this appeal to consequence. Don't you want there to be objective morality? It's not a question of what I want. It's a question of what there is. This is going downhill real fast, and I don't blame Stuart. It's entirely Cliff trying to divert from, does the biblical God exist? Because he says that he's provided evidence for the biblical God, but he hasn't done anything. He's just repeated what the Bible says and then said, oh yeah, it's overwhelmingly evident. It's satisfying. How?
Like a chalupa.
Like a taco.
Some philosophies, religion, whatever. Come on, sir. You are not just an accident. You didn't just arrive at where you are now by chance.
That's
you know that as well as I do.
He had to go to school for quite some time. He had to get interested in philosophy, learn to debate, go through all the previous debates. If you want to go back a little bit further, I'm sure he had a childhood, but that gospel is not canon, sadly. But at some point, his mommy and his daddy gave each other a very special hug. You know, as one does. There's a whole mythology. I mean, maybe he was a virgin birth. I don't know. I'm agnostic on the subject.
Right. Maybe. But the whole thing is, yeah, and I think he's trying to allude to evolution now. Like, you didn't come about by chance. Evolution's not chance, my man. It shows your lack of knowledge. And yeah, there is chance involved. I'm sure there is what we'd refer to as chance that Alex ended up where he is, right? Like, there would certainly be maybe some breaks that came up or some videos that he did that, maybe you could refer to it as chance they got passed around. But largely, he decided what he wanted to do and put a plan into place to achieve what he wanted. I don't see how that's chance.
Yeah,
I don't.
There's certain elements of chance. Like,
Sure.
for example, large parts of both of our lives are determined by the circumstances we move through in life.
Right.
Us meeting each other, there's certain elements of it that were probably inevitable, but the actual meeting by chance. I blame Amy Newman.
I always blame Amy Newman for everything, especially the wonderful things in life. I love Amy Newman. She's amazing. I haven't seen her streamlined. I think her sort of doctorate has occupied a lot of her time. So
yeah, she's been very preoccupied. She only managed to do one midnight ranting last month. It was only a couple of weeks ago, but I only caught because my sleep schedule is. But yeah, she's around. She just doesn't have as much time as she once did, which is relatable.
Lunatic, that's a really good point. And it's amazing how often people sort of appeal to divine hiddenness and then tell you about all the evidence for God. How is the evidence coming if it's hidden? It's very interesting.
The fact that it's hidden is the proof, because if God weren't real, there'd be evidence everywhere.
I don't think that follows. I really don't think that follows.
Like in grilled cheese sandwiches.
That sort of, it's kind of like affirming the consequent in a way, where you say, if there was a God, he would hide evidence. We see no evidence, therefore a God, kind of. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell?
Ninja God.
That makes me so mad.
The fact you don't see ninjas is proof that there's ninjas nearby.
That makes my irrationality senses tingle, quite frankly. I just feel outraged after thinking about that. I'm sorry, everybody. I figure everyone's the same.
I mean, that's to beg the question. That's precisely the kind of thing that we're trying to discuss here. I don't know how many times I can tell you I'm an agnostic. I don't know how we got here. I don't know how the universe began. I don't know if there's a God.
Yeah, but come on, Alex. You know how you got here. Your mommy and your daddy. We can be fairly confident. I mean, could have been a stork. I don't know. I haven't checked out every single birth, but I'm fairly confident it
could have been a science experiment.
Ooh, that would explain a lot. Yeah. Why is he so damn good at debating science experiment? He's a mutant. Yeah, absolutely. I believe it. I believe it now.
What I do know is that the textual evidence for things like the resurrection in the New Testament is simply not enough to convince me.
Correct.
For example,
what is enough to convince you that whatever you're living for is true?
I don't know. But for example, the reason I brought up the raising of the dead in Matthew chapter.
And here is the point. Cliff realizes him changing the subject is not going to work.
I mean, like, it's such a silly path of attack. Like, say Alex said, I believe in Muhammad. I live for the prophet and the glory of Allah. And then Cliff convinced him that was wrong. Okay, cool. What now? I have nothing to live for. You've demolished my worldview. Congratulations. But here I am still living. So clearly one does not need that to do the live thing.
Right. But maybe Cliff is Alex is doing it to him. He's convincing him what he's living for isn't really reasonable. Okay, well.
27 is because, look, this is an argument from silence, but some arguments from silence work. And if you'll allow me to finish this point, you agree that the most extraordinary event in human history was recorded in the Gospel of Matthew. That is that numerous people rose from the dead, walked around the city of Jerusalem, and were seen by many witnesses. That's what we're told. Interestingly, the text is a little unclear because it says that at the time of Jesus's death, the graves opened, and then they appeared to people after the resurrection, implying that there's this 3-day period where they're either laying around in empty graves or hidden somehow. It seems like a bit of a confused text. Now, again, one hypothesis is that this actually happened, and for some reason they were, I guess, like maybe still dead in their graves for 3 days and then they got up or something. And that this is, although, like I say, the most extraordinary event that's ever happened in the history of our species and seen by many people, recorded in the Gospel of Matthew in one passing sentence, but is not mentioned in Mark or Luke or John. It's not mentioned in Josephus. It's not mentioned in Acts. It's not mentioned in any other historical source. People will say this is an argument from silence. Somebody said to me recently, oh, we don't have any written sources of the destruction of Pompeii either. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. Sure. But imagine that we had numerous sources.
Pliny the Younger wrote of it.
Did he?
While it was happening.
Oh. I'm not very familiar with Pompeii, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, not that it's important. It's just I'm a little pedantic.
Pliny
sometimes.
the Younger described the tragedy in 2 letters. Yeah, we do have a written account of it.
Details,
as well as, but even if we didn't, we still have the physical evidence. We have people solidified in volcanic ash. Like, we have the physical evidence for it. Like, if we didn't have any sign of a volcano and any sign of anything or any letters or anything, and you say, well, yeah, but it still happened, we wouldn't believe that Pompeii happened. We wouldn't, because there's no evidence for it. Just what? I don't.
Yeah,
writing about.
It's not super germane, but as I've often pointed out, this was at the capital of a Roman province. Oh, people back then, not many knew how to write. Not many, but it's a fucking capital. And nobody wrote it down.
Right. And people were writing about events at the time. We know people were. And the Romans didn't write it down, and they wrote down damn near everything. And that's the funny thing. People go, oh, well, you've got no evidence for Julius Caesar. It's like, we've got coins with his face on it. I don't. Give me a coin with Jesus' face on it. It may give some evidence that he actually lived. And even if he did, it doesn't mean the miracles happened.
There is a sweat rag with Jesus' face on it, according to church tradition.
Yeah, but church tradition handed it in as an obvious forgery, and it was dated to not the resurrection.
Details.
Details, yeah.
The city of Pompeii, at the time that it was destroyed by a volcanic eruption that didn't mention the volcano. They were writing about Pompeii at the time it's supposed to happen, and they don't mention the eruption. That would be incredibly strange and suspect, and make me think that we couldn't trust our source. So one hypothesis is that this actually...
Okay, well, Kip's got to correct me. Thank you, Kip. Well, not exactly. The myth of meticulous Roman record keeping is greatly overblown. Okay, no, that's fair enough. I've been absolutely corrected in my own stream. I love it. No, it's totally fine. I always appreciate that.
Actually happened, and for some inexplicable reason, it is just complete radio silence on all of our historical sources, or it didn't.
Well, even if it is overblown, I still think they would have written down that dead people got up and wandered around the city. I still think they would have noted that. I don't know. I don't know.
Somebody, the gravekeeper would have been like, "Oh, these holes are empty now. I'm gonna get fired."
Didn't happen, and was an invention of Matthew in order to do something like fulfill the prophecy of the apocalyptic Jesus, that soon there would be a general resurrection of the dead. Why is it that when Jesus dies, the graves open, but it's not until after the resurrection that they start appearing to people? Is it because Jesus is supposed to be the firstborn of the dead? Is he supposed to be the first one that's resurrected? I don't know. But like you, Cliff, I'm asking what is the most plausible historical explanation here? And I just don't think that this event happened in the way.
He's right. The most plausible explanation is that someone made it up. But he's trapped here because he's already said, like, he might be able to say, well, that was added to the Bible, but he's already said nothing was added to the Bible when people were still alive. The eyewitnesses didn't add anything. So he's got a problem here. He's already said that did not happen. So I love how Alex has maneuvered him into either saying, well, all of this definitely happened, or someone added it. and Cliff is going to take the tangent of, well, I don't know whether it was added or not, but you've already claimed that nothing was definitely added. Actually, rather, Stuart did. So from here, maybe you should be asking, well, Cliff doesn't know if something was added. Stuart says nothing was added. Maybe you should sort out between yourselves which it is. Because you sounded very authoritative when you said it, Stuart.
The way that you think it did. And if it did, it's a complete and utter mystery why these other sources do not even get a whisper of it.
Just on the question of
God, there is absolutely no problem with resurrection. If there's no supernatural God, then obviously resurrection doesn't happen. But Alex, I cannot accept the way you weasel.
But that's not the problem. The problem isn't whether if there's something supernatural, then resurrections can happen. That's not the problem. The problem is, if resurrections happen, why did no one write about it? That's the problem.
Yeah, and there's still a heck of a leap, because let's say, for example, Josephus did write about it. Let's say there were Roman records. Let's say the Gravekeeper wrote about it. Cool. Assuming we have that we could say, okay, there was a resurrection. Now connect it to your God legend.
That's true. I mean, it would be plausible that, you know, if Jesus was resurrected on the day and other people were too, and he claimed it was through the power of his God, I think that would be a reasonable inference to make, that the same God is responsible for all these resurrections, just as an Occam's razor kind of thing. Why would you add more gods in? But, you know, it's kind of a moot point, because we have none of that. We have none of the records of the Romans or gravekeepers. It is only one gospel as well. That is the most telling thing. When you're writing a book for people to recount the events around your Messiah's life, the most amazing miracle is left out of 3 of the 4, and the question has to be asked, well, why?
It's very peculiar, although that does inspire a new tactic. If I think of it, the next time I debate a theist, I'm just going to grant all the miracles but say they're from my God. Prove they're not.
Probably impossible. I think they could sort of make a case, but yeah, it would just be claims of ownership then.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Jesus rose with 500 of his best buddies, but it was actually Nil, the great not God and creator of creator gods, who did that, because Yahweh wasn't around, because all the creator gods got eaten by Lisa the Rainbow Giraffe, who pooped out the universe. She had to do that because here we have a universe. So my story actually makes way more sense.
I probably wouldn't take that tact in a debate. I'd probably steer away, just because they can at least say, hey, we've got the person claiming to have done it, kind of thing, whereas nobody says that your God did it. But hey, you do. I mean,
I can cook up a book, and I can say, I can put in my book,
Nil did everything.
That it's the word of Nil, and B, unlike the Bible, Nil does not create evil or ever tell a lie. And C, there were 600 witnesses. So I win, right?
You're basically doing what Muhammad did, let's face it.
Hey, you can't prove the moon was never twice the size it is now.
That's true. I can't do that. Wow.
Out of my question about what are you living for and what's the evidence that what you are living for is true. Agnosticism is an option when it comes to, do I prefer spaghetti or pasta? Do I prefer beans or broccoli? I'm agnostic, okay?
Really?
No, that's not how you use agnostic.
I'm like, why? You're a living being, my guy. Eat the food you like. Have an opinion.
Well, I mean, yeah, and you could say, hey, I find them equally, let's use a word of Cliff, satisfying, right? Like, it doesn't mean you don't know, like agnostic, and he's clearly not using it in a colloquial sense as applied to preferences. He's using it as a position in philosophy of religion on the question, does a God exist? Or, you know, That's the question. That's the proposition. Now, philosophy of religion, I realize there's a lot of contention within atheist circles, but this is how philosophy of religion defines it. It's either, yes, the God exists, you're a theist. No, the God doesn't exist, you're an atheist. Or I don't know, which is an agnostic. So he's clearly referring to that. I don't know. People use this word agnostic all the time to mean weird things. Donnie from Standing the Truth for Truth uses it all the time incorrectly. Like, it's the evidence is agnostic. What do you mean the evidence doesn't know? What do you mean by that? Like, that doesn't make
I've heard
any
him do
sense
that.
whatsoever.
Yeah, I thought it was funny the first time I heard that. I'm like, I get that he's trying to say that the evidence doesn't distinguish between the two hypotheses, sort of like in cosmology, when there was the fight over whether it's the expanding universe or the steady state universe. And, you know, Hoyle is the one who gave us the proportions of the elements. And, you know, he was on the steady state side, but Gamow et al. Just kind of copy and pasted his work. And now both models have the same proportionality of the elements. In that sense, the evidence is agnostic because it doesn't distinguish between the two. But evidence itself doesn't make any claims to knowledge either way. It's just evidence.
No, it's just evidence. I don't. It's so weird. Agnostic is a preference? No, it isn't. It's a position on a proposition. Cliff really doesn't know a lot about philosophy, does he? He's really a apologist first and foremost. Wild.
I think I may have fucked up.
Oh, I'm sorry. What happened?
So there's a long detailed story, but to save time, I got my hands on some nifty new gel nail polish. So I just went and gelled my nails so they won't crack and flake at work, and I can be fabulous more often. I don't have gel polish remover. So I've got polymerized hard gel on my nails and no way to remove it if there's a problem.
Oh, damn. Okay.
So I may have fucked up, but I mean, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Okay. It's not the worst thing to happen to anybody. I feel bad for you, though. I'm not going to be of no help. I know nothing. Yeah, I know nothing about beauty products. I really am ignorant in the largest degree. I wish I could be helpful. I am going to be the most unhelpful person ever in this subject.
It's fine. I've got a chisel around here somewhere if I really have to.
Yeah, and I know that atheists say, okay, you know, you have the sort of more Matt Delahunty sort of definition that's agnostic atheist. And quite frankly, I prefer that one. I think it's more helpful for defining what people's beliefs and what their knowledge claims actually are. I think it's a lot more helpful. And etymologically, it makes more sense to me that atheist is someone that doesn't believe, and agnostic is someone that doesn't know. I think that makes a lot more sense to me. But I don't really care how people are defining the words. I understand what Alex is using it as, and I understand how he's defining it. That's the important part. But the way that Cliff is defining it as a preference on something, it's almost like he's pre-supping it. He's going, well, God exists like broccoli or food, and you've just got a preference on it, right? It almost is like that. I'm not sure if that's what he's angling for, but that's what it kind of seems like to me. Like, oh, well, you've got a preference on whether this thing that exists, whether you believe it exists or not. Well, no, that's not what he's saying, Cliff. It's weird. It's very, very strange. I think also that he is projecting his own worldview onto somebody else. Just because you have a central figure that you orientate your entire life around doesn't mean everybody does. Most people don't think of any overarching life purpose they have. They just enjoy their life. They just try to make their life as full and flourishing as possible. And that's okay. I got no problem with that. I know a lot of people that don't even want to talk about religion. They find it boring and insufferable. And hey, I can't blame them. Like, they don't want to have deep philosophical conversations, and that's fine. That's fine. Cliff, get over it.
Comes to the ethical decisions that you have to make every day. When it comes to is human life valuable, and if so, why? When it comes to
did I claim that he was going to go to morality? Did I make that claim?
You're a prophet.
Am I a prophet?
We're not quite into morality yet, but he's
angling. Close. I stand by what I said.
Is there a meaning and purpose to life, or is there not? And when it comes to is there life after death or not, you have to go to funerals, Alex and Phil. So do I. People die. You're going to die. I'm going to die.
Well, you don't. Yeah, you don't have to. You can sort of say, "Hey, I'm too deep in grief." It is. We don't go to funerals for the dead person, though. We go for the living. We go to show our respects to somebody that's passed and comfort the people left behind. I think that part of the grieving process is that sort of acknowledging that somebody has passed, but I don't think we're going for the dead. So it almost seems like an appeal to emotion to Cliff here. How we all go to funerals and it feels bad. Yeah, grief sucks. Yes, it's a necessary process for us. I don't.
It's really weird that a perfect, loving God would create a world with that kind of sadness in it.
Well, an interesting point that was brought up to me is, why do we grieve for people that have passed? Why do we go through this thing? Like,
that's a fascinating subject.
Sure. What's its purpose, sort of in an evolutionary evolutionary model kind of thing? Why do we suffer so much that our loved ones are gone? And it may just be I think maybe it's just a byproduct of our tendency in evolution to place so much store in what our parents teach us, to really take their lessons deeply, as that's probably the best way to survive. Like what your parents teach you is probably the best way you can survive in this world. So we have to take that very, very deeply. And I think grief is just a byproduct of that deep connection with our parents being severed, or any loved one being severed. It is odd, though. It definitely is odd. I won't lie. It's a fascinating question.
Yeah,
and it sucks.
I see two possibilities with it. The first is
that
it's an inevitable byproduct of the way we form emotional attachments, our communities and whatnot. When an emotional connection gets severed, particularly when it's sudden or following an illness or whatever, in a traumatic way, then it creates that backlash effect that we experience as grief. It's a connection with no other end of the circuit. That part is gone, and that hurts. The other is for an evolutionary reason. It's sort of a conditioning sort of thing. If you find that you're experiencing pain every time somebody in your tribe dies, you might try a little harder to keep them from dying.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Well, it doesn't need that grief has if that's a byproduct, that doesn't need a benefit. The connection needs the benefit, as long as the grief isn't detrimental enough to outweigh the benefit of having that connection.
Exactly.
So, if that's just a side product, then it's a necessary side product for having a strong emotional connection, which is absolutely so beneficial to our species survival.
Oh, for sure. When I used to officiate as a working minister, you might say, I actually said very similar things at funerals. When it was appropriate, I'd always try to get to know the family first and figure out what would suit their vibe best. But I would often say something along the lines of, the reason we're experiencing such great sorrow is because our love for the lost person is so strong. So in a way, it's a gift, because it lets you know your connection with them was so strong, and that's something to be thankful for.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do when people are grieving. I just sort of say, whatever you need to do. There's no right way to grieve. There's no wrong way to grieve. It's whatever you feel at the time, and not trying to suppress those feelings, sort of experiencing them. It's really strange, actually, the way that the easiest way to get past a feeling is to feel it. like really acknowledge it. And that took me a long time to learn. And I'm not a psychologist or psychiatrist. It's just that works for me. But people that suppress it, I find, from my opinion, they seem to have that feeling come up a lot. So sort of experiencing it and then letting it pass is the best for me.
Yeah, your feelings, they aren't you. They're as I often told the kids, like, you don't have to let your emotions rule you. Your emotions are just another sense. Like, if you hear a noise, it's up to you whether to respond to that noise and in what way to respond to that noise. Emotions are just another input. They're the chemical signals in your body telling you you need something or you need to be aware of something or whatever. And once you master that perception that they are just another sense, then you gain the ability to choose how to respond.
Yeah. Our brains are weird. Have you ever noticed that? Our
They
brains are
are.
strange.
All
They're very
wrinkly
strange.
and
and compartmentalized and have different things coming in from different directions. And yeah, we're weird. We're very strange. I gotta say, humanity, wow. You know, humanity. I love this. I can't remember where I heard this, but humanity is so good at exiting all of the things on this planet that we've had to create rules to stop us from destroying ourselves. Like, it's just so terrible. It's just wrong.
You know what else humans are good at?
What's
tangents?
Oh, thank you. I think you're gonna have to give up your tangent queen. Either that or I'm the tangent king. I am the king. It's good to be the king. It's true. All right. Okay, back to it. I hear you. Back to it.
And you have to ask the question, is there a life after death or not? You can't just say, I'm agnostic, I don't know. You've got to figure out,
what do you
mean? You can't just say, I don't know. What if you don't know? What are you talking about,
Cliff? Is there life on Jupiter? You can't be agnostic. You can't just say, I don't know.
Is there life anywhere in the universe? You can't say, I don't know. You can't be agnostic about. What are you talking about? It's almost like he's failed to shift the burden of proof by Alex getting baited into making a positive stance. So instead, he's like, I'm going to force a positive stance. Oh, come on, dude. What are you doing?
He really doesn't want to defend his position.
But you know what? If it was me, I'd probably get cheeky and say, hey, once I die, I'll know. I'll let you know then. But until then, I don't know.
Well, I do actually have some evidence on that one. I may have told you this story before, but it's been a little while. So when I was little, I had that existential crisis. What happens after death? I'm going to face oblivion and all this shit. And my grandmother, who is a Christian, she said, okay, well, I tell you what, whichever one of us dies first, send some kind of message back to the other. And TLDR, years later, she passed on. And then shortly after, I was at the local drive-in movie theater. And at the movie, a butterfly just flittered up in the middle of the night, long after the butterflies are supposed to have all migrated south, and lands on my knee. And I'm like, oh, maybe this is the thing. Maybe this is the message from Grandma.
Are you sure it wasn't a moth?
It was a monarch or a viceroy. Sometimes I do confuse those. I'm not as good with bugs as Bree. Yes, I know it's not technically a bug.
Look, I'm not going to quibble over definitions of insects. I don't know enough about them.
Spirological.
Bree will appear in the chat and tell me off. So,
conclusion, or is there some reason for hope? You cannot be agnostic when it comes to, is human life valuable? Is there a meaning to life? What's the ethical system I'm going to embrace? And when I sit at a funeral, is there any hope of seeing this person again one day, or is there not? You are forced to deal with those questions. And to sit back and say, I'm agnostic about whether I pay my taxes or not. I'm agnostic whether...
What are you cheating on your taxes, Cliff? Look,
he wouldn't be the first preacher.
He's basically put so many questions in here. Let's see if we can go through the amount of things he's brought up to get out of talking about the God in his Bible, which you think an apologist would be really big on talking about. But no, he wants to know if humans are valuable. Is there life after death? Is there any hope? You know, these questions are huge, and Alex probably thinks that humans are valuable. If for the only reason that life seems to be very sparse in our universe, I'm not exactly sure what he would say, but you know, I'm pretty certain he actually thinks humans are valuable. It might just be that he's a human and finds humans valuable because he's human. That might be one of the, who knows? But
that's my answer.
That's not what the debate is about. Like, and whatever his reason, and he's trying to get onto the moral subject by saying, is there an ethical reason for, you know, all of it? Like, come on, man, what are you doing? Trying to get into ethics, buddy. And I think from memory, Alex is a moral emotivist. So he sort of says that ethics are the sort of, we rely on our moral intuition and emotions regarding morality kind of thing, which, you know, I mean, I get that a lot of people do that. I'm not sure that's the best way to go about things, but yeah, let's see what he says.
Whether I'm going to support equal housing opportunity or not is a cop-out. You can't live your life that way. It's impossible. That is the impossibility of agnosticism. And that's why, Alex, I don't think you've honestly answered my question.
So can I just interrupt for a second?
I can try my best here.
I do want to give you a chance to respond.
3 people jump into that stupidity. Yes, absolutely. And that was stupid. You can't be agnostic on life after death. Absolutely you can. Evidently you can. Because if you put the proposition down, is there life after death? I can say, I don't know. I don't think so, but I don't know.
Yeah, like all of those things. Are humans valuable? I don't know. I mean, I have a position, but I don't have like a path to absolute knowledge on it. I admit that I'm very biased and my decision comes from my bias. All these other things, like, is there a possibility I might see a departed loved one after death? That depends on the afterlife question, doesn't it? Which I don't know. But does it change how I'm going to live my life? If it does, why? And in what way?
And how is this at all getting to the idea of, does the biblical God exist? Like, how is that addressing the question at all? Is he trying to say, like, maybe he's trying to take the sort of transcendental argument that because of morality, a God must exist because morality is transcendental to people, therefore a God must produce it, which I think is a very poor argument, but maybe.
Alex, and I also know that I want to keep track and mention that, Phil, I know you were wanting to make a point, so I do want to give Alex a quick chance to give a pithy reply, and then we'll go over to you, Phil, before we go back over to Cliff.
I bet you that Cliff is going to interrupt. I bet you anything he will interrupt, even though he's just been able to speak a long piece.
I can't take that bet. I don't think he's let anybody finish their thought even once.
I don't think so. Oh, and Eric, you absolute champ. Eric Wanda for the 10 readerships. Do I even have people I can give? Oh, apparently I do. Awesome. Okay, I'll let that play out. Okay. Thank you so much, Eric. I really appreciate it, mate. Oh, it is too. I totally forgot that. So we've got B-Rad, Chris Lucas, The Protestant View Live, Aaron Pimentel, Mark T. Atkinson, Lyra Popple? Is that Popple? Popple. Ad Hoc Skirmish, Michael, Austin, The Debate Meister, Sims. Is that you, Ralph? Always good. You hit Austin. Well done. Just watch out. Austin might hit you back. Hey, like, seriously, he may do it. But it's winner, chicken dinners, everybody. Was it 10? That didn't seem like 10.
Yeah, you missed Maya. And is that you, Ralph?
Where? Oh. I thought I did. Is that you, Ralph, last? Oh, Maya Atkinson, the goddess. There we go. I don't think I missed anybody else. Oh, her name was in blue. That's why. I'm so sorry, Maya. I didn't mean to miss you. That's terrible. Is that 10? Is that 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, that was absolutely okay. Fantastic. Enjoy your emotes and other benefits. Yeah, thank you so much, Eric. You are a champ. You are a champ. So getting back to Cliff interrupting the scenario, let's find out.
It'll take a moment, because I think we can try to wrap this business up. I don't know why Cliff seems to be under the impression that agnosticism is literally impossible, not just irrational, but impossible. But when it comes to ethical decision, for example, it's well known that amongst my followers that I'm an ethical emotivist. I'm not attached to that position particularly strongly, but it seems to make sense of the way that I interact with the world and the way that I see people doing ethics. I think that ethical propositions are expressions of emotion, and that's kind of the end of it. Now, I could be wrong about that. You might think that that has disastrous societal consequences, but to imply that it's impossible to adopt that position, to imply that it's impossible to say, I don't know if there is a God or not, I just think is unintelligible, because I do it, lots of people do it. It's not just that you're claiming that it's irrational, but that it's impossible. You say I'm forced to make, I'm forced to, of course I have motivations for my actions. You know, when I do X or Y, especially when it's a so-called moral decision, of course I have a motivation, but as an ethical emotivist, I believe that I'm just expressing an emotional state. And that is perhaps a pessimistic conclusion, but that's not to say a false one.
I do want to give you a chance, Phil, and then maybe at the end of your response, Phil, if you were able.
He contained himself. I'm actually stunned. He should have taken the bet, Ems. Should have taken. Oh, we haven't gotten through Phil yet either. That's a good point. Yeah.
To redirect us back to, does the biblical God exist per se?
Right.
Yeah. You know, the topic of the debate.
Bring him back on course.
Yeah. Because what the hell does Alex's worldview and his ethical standards have to do with whether the biblical God exists? I mean, nice deflection. Well, it wasn't a nice. It was a clumsy deflection, Cliff. And I think Alex was really more humoring you than you know, engaging in a, well, I'm going to talk about my worldview now. Weird. I feel a little bit annoyed, though, that, you know, we're on the, does the biblical God exist? And he's just diverted and wasted time, which I think is his purpose. He just wants to waste as much time as possible. Shame. Bad, Cliff. Bad.
I've noticed some debaters do that. But it's weird to be on the positive side and do that, because if you burn out the clock and never substantiate your claim, you kind of lose.
Yep. And, you know, I think that people are going to be aware that you've deflected to another topic. You know, they're going to be aware that they're not, this was clumsy at best. I don't know. Cliff, not great, mate.
Topic for our debate. The topic for our debate is not what is the best way to live your life. It could well be the biblical God doesn't exist, but some other God exists. Who knows? It could be deism is true. Maybe James have got it right. That is not the topic for our debate. The topic for our debate is, does the biblical God exist? And I think we provided very good reasons to say that he does not. And I don't think you've addressed, for example, the cruelty to animals in the Bible, in nature. You haven't really given let's just take a specific example, right? In Deuteronomy, we are told that if a town goes around and says, worship another God, you are to kill all of them, including their animals. Now, what justifies that? That's question number one. Now, I want to make a point. Number two, question for Stu. You asked me for the reference about nature, and I found it. Here it is. Leading scientists still reject God. It's 1998. And the paper says, the question of religious belief amongst US scientists has been debated since early in the century. Our latest survey finds that amongst the top natural scientists, disbelief is greater than ever, almost total. Now, if the evidence that you had that the medics at Harvard had a 40% belief in God, if that was a reason, you actually gave that as one of your reasons in your opening statement to believe in God, wouldn't this be a reason not to, right?
Bro, are you kidding me? You keep misquoting me like throughout.
Get ready to watch the goalposts moved on down the field.
Yeah. And that was one of the reasons they gave, that 40% of medical students at Harvard believe in a God.
Which is why they're medical students, because they think God's just going to heal everyone.
Maybe.
So we need to study medicine because God'll do it.
God heals those who heal themselves, quite frankly.
Physician, heal thyself.
Right. But it's sort of like, well, if you're just taking a sample, which probably wasn't a very large sample as far as I understand it, I mean, there are probably some things there, but there's all these things we call lurking variables among them. Like what is the predominance of religion among that social class, right? You're not going to medical school at Harvard if you're in a lower socioeconomic class. You're not going there if you are from certain cultures, kind of thing. Like there's a whole load of lurking variables in that. And it is just an appeal to popularity anyway. So it looks like this was against Stuart's, but he's arced up. But they're right. They haven't addressed multiple questions that they've had. And what I wish they would go back to is why didn't the Gospels record this resurrection of the saints in Jerusalem? Like, why? Because they didn't answer it. All they said is, hey, it's the most plausible. What's your explanation? What's your worldview? You can't not know what's after death. Seriously? Oh, come on. But I like the way that Phil has basically pointed out, and if you are doing debate, don't be afraid to point out, hey, your answer was insufficient, or your answer didn't cover this, or here is some problems with your answer, and point out that they are diverting. And Phil did that beautifully by pointing out, hey, that's not the topic of the debate. We're not talking about anything to do with ethics or worldviews or his worldview. We're talking about the biblical God specifically. And here is a question you didn't answer. I love that out of him, because then it basically, like, I've done this before and represented a question. And if they ignore it again, bring it up again. I presented this question 3 times already and you still didn't answer it. And at that point, it becomes blindingly obvious that they don't have an answer, that they're just trying to.
Well, that's sort of, they're too polite to come right out and say it, but they're painting the picture, and Cliff doesn't seem to be realizing it, possibly because it's one of his blind spots or whatever. But Cliff's entire thing is this gives an answer. If you don't have an answer, then this is the better answer because there's an answer.
That is so bad as far as methodology goes. Like, seriously, that is horrible method. Did you just call me impolite?
Only by association, because I'm the rude one.
Maybe I'm relatively impolite compared to Phil and Alex, maybe. Look, I'll own it. Yeah, I can get impolite, sure. Why not? Fuck it.
This debate. And I did not give that in my opening. That was a response. The second response would have been that your idea of atheists coming up with science, check out modern science. Alex himself will tell you who started modern science behind the Galileos, the Keplers.
Phil and I on the same page.
Who started modern science? What?
He wants to. He's fishing for the Enlightenment Christians, but he's not going to get it from an atheist.
No, and the Enlightenment. I mean, there was a whole bunch of people behind the Enlightenment. There are a lot of deists. Because the whole thing was, well, God created everything, but, then takes a step back and doesn't involve himself. So we have to look for the naturalistic explanations, which is totally fine. That's in accordance with science. There's no problem with that. It is naturalism. The problem comes that everybody around at the time was Christian in Europe, where it sort of kicked off. Even if there wasn't all of these atheist and deist and, other thinkers behind the Enlightenment, it doesn't mean to say that because Christians came up with science, then the views of scientists have to be Christian. I don't even know what the hell he's appealing to. It's very, very strange. It's very strange.
No. It was the Greeks.
All of your fallacious, like you kept telling me that I was going by certain arguments.
Well, I don't think that. I mean, there were great thinkers in the Enlightenment, but I think he's sort of saying, hey, science dates back to Greeks doing experiments. Sure, absolutely. And this claim by Christians, everything in our society was, a product of Christianity, is demonstrably false. We have many principles in mathematics that come from the Middle East. They were Islamic thinkers during the golden age of Islam. It's just things like that were invented by or discovered by Islamic thinkers were given other names. Like, for instance, the quadratic formula, we don't call it by the person that invented its name because they were a Muslim. Just saying.
The numeral for zero, there's historical records of Islamic engineers who invented a fucking steam engine in the 1000s. They don't get credit for it because the Christians had to reinvent their own, but it was invented, you know?
Yeah. There was great contributions. The Chinese have fantastic contributions to astronomy. We still use their charts today because they kept such extraordinary records of it. Like, science isn't this, well, it belongs to us. No, it belongs to everybody. Everybody contributes to it. Like, get out of here. And to sort of dismiss the ancient Greeks and democracy and, which obviously our democracy looked nothing like the ancient Greeks, but the idea was there. The distribution of power was there. A lot of these things do hail from ancient times and not Christian. So, oh boy.
Been quoting me literally all day. Now, maybe you were quoting Cliff and just got us mixed up. But now that you're going here as well,
Stuart, did you or did you not quote the Harvard medics? Yes or no?
In a response to you.
Okay.
And
Whether it's a response or an opening doesn't matter.
That's great.
You
that's
did
great,
quote them, right?
That you went and found your little statistic, that you researched it during a debate. I'll go research it and I'll send it.
You're going red, Stuart.
Like father, like son?
Yeah. He really is tilted right now, dude.
Even Cliff is like, my guy, are you okay?
Yeah. Maybe he's like, hey, I thought I was playing the bad cop today.
We rehearsed this too.
Am I supposed to be the good cop now? I don't know. Weird.
Article as well to you on email.
Okay.
Fantastic. It doesn't prove a point.
Okay. No,
I don't think scientists personally believing anything, either subscribing to atheism or believing the biblical narrative, I don't think that's evidence, really. What they personally believe isn't really evidence. We don't go off what medical people or scientists personally believe. We go off what is scientifically demonstrated and published papers on. That's the reason why that system exists. I don't understand why this is being considered as evidence at all. I'm flummoxed.
Bandwagon-ishness. I mean, you know that if Christianity made up 51% of the world population, they'd be using that as evidence.
Yeah, no, I get that, but that just is a sort of an appeal to popularity. It's not. It's a fallacy for a reason.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, hell, they still try to use it, like that Alex Hexagon guy that I still get flack from his followers for dunking on. He's like, oh well, if you add Christians and Muslims together, then more than 50% of the planet believes in the Abrahamic God. Therefore, it must be true.
Doesn't matter.
You two don't agree on what?
Yeah.
But also, even if that doesn't mean it really exists, I mean, 53% of voters in the last US election thought that the preceding election was stolen. That doesn't mean it's true.
Yeah, that's right. And here's the thing. It's kind of but they sort of leverage that against atheists and say, oh, you're appealing to the science behind it. You're appealing to the papers. You're just making a appeal to popularity, right? We're not. What we're doing is appealing to the methodology, the scientific method that produces reliable results that can be depended on. We're not appealing to popularity. And that's why your personal feelings and what you personally believe has nothing to do with a sort of scientific standard. It's because when you're quoting scientific papers, you're appealing to that reliable methodology, which has nothing to do with the scientist's personal feelings. Like, scientists won't write their personal feelings in a freaking paper, or at least they shouldn't. You know, it is simply, here is what we did, and here are the conclusions we can make from it, kind of thing. This is weird. This is weird. This seems like arguing over, you know, some people like Superman. Oh, but some people say that, you know, One Punch Man is better. Like, seriously, can we get to the frigging evidence of a god now, or are we just gonna shout out people that believe the same things we are? It's just, it's nonsense, absolute nonsense. I'm sorry, I'm getting sick of both of them, to be honest with you.
It's just fair. I mean,
yeah.
Nonsense is what they do.
Yeah.
I agree. Right. Okay.
That's the only reason why I'm a little ticked off.
I don't think it's a
Keep misquoting me, and you keep talking about points that I did not make.
You did make the point about the
You did make the point.
That was secondary. It was secondary. That was not my opening.
Okay, I accept it wasn't in the opening, but I don't think that's relevant. You made the point. Okay.
Even James is a little miffed. He's like, these fucking guys.
I made the point, but it wasn't in the opening, so you can't address it. What are you talking about, my guy? What are you talking about? You made the point. He can address it. You basically going, well, I didn't say it in the opening. It's irrelevant. What the hell? What am I watching?
Let's go back to Deuteronomy then. Okay. Well, how is it justified to kill the animals of people that say we shouldn't worship God? Tell me what the justification for that is.
Yeah, sure. Alex said the Bible doesn't talk about animals in heaven. Well, clearly it states that the lion will lay down with the lamb in heaven. So who's to say when
all lions go to heaven? Great.
Really? What do the lions do in heaven apart from laying down with the lamb?
Eat watermelons or something. I don't think. I'd have to look it up, and I'm not inclined to, but I don't think there's actually a reference to animals in heaven, or that whole "do dogs go to heaven" thing would ever have been a thing. I'm 60% sure that lion lying down with the lamb thing, first of all, it's obviously metaphor, and I think even Cliff would agree on that one. But second, I believe that's in reference to like the new earth, not the new heaven.
Okay, it's Isaiah 11, and I'll get the actual quote up to see if Cliff is Stuart. Wow, he's so angry. I think he's Cliff. To see if he is doing a naughty NIV or KJV. JV, do you think?
I'd have to assume they're KJV.
KJV, yeah, that's true. That's true. Maybe we should always assume KJV when the arguments are this bad. Oh, I've lost it. I have pushed something I should not ought to have pushed. It's a problem. It's a problem.
We have broken it, folks. The universe is now officially unraveling.
Oh, there we go.
Nice knowing y'all.
And where is this? The lion shall lay down with the lamb. I think it's 11 to. Yeah, here we go. So this is Isaiah, and Isaiah, I believe, is sort of prophecies. A shoot will come up from the stump of Jesse, from his roots a branch will bear fruit. The Spirit of the Lord will rest on him. Spirit of wisdom, of understanding, spirit of counsel and might, spirit of the knowledge and fear of the Lord, and with delight and fear of the Lord. He will not judge by what he sees with his eyes or decide what he hears with his ears, but righteousness he will judge the needy. With justice he will give decisions for the poor of the earth. He will strike the earth with the rod of his mouth. With the breath of his lips he will slay the wicked. So to hear all the will do, and this is sort of prophecy. Righteousness will be his belt, and faithfulness the sash around his waist. The wolf will live with the lamb. The leopard will lie down with the goat. The calf and the yearling, the calf and the lion and the yearling are together, and a little child would lead them. There's nothing about heaven in there. The cow will feed with the bear, their young will lie down together, and the lion will eat straw like the ox. The infant shall play near the cobra's den, and the young child will put its hand into the viper's nest. They will neither harm nor destroy on all my holy mountain, for the earth will be filled with the knowledge of the Lord as the waters cover the sea. I don't know, unless he's saying the holy mountain is heaven, which is kind of weird. I don't know what you think about that. Yeah, I'm not, but Isaiah is supposed to be these prophecies, and it is worded like this kind of thing. So as it goes on, he'll raise a banner at the nation for the nations and gather the exiles of Israel. He will assemble the scattered people of Judea from the four quarters of the earth. A lot of this is just hyperbole and metaphor kind of thing. So I mean, you could take they will neither harm nor destroy on all my holy mountain. I'm not sure if that could be interpreted as heaven, but it can also not be interpreted as heaven as well.
Well, yeah, I'd say it's a stronger case that it's not heaven, because he's talking about how the land will be filled with knowledge of the Lord, even as the water is the sea, and this. So yeah. I mean, it's all clearly very poetic. Like there is no rod of the lips. What do you mean? But it's talking about earthly stuff.
Yes, and is he saying that in heaven a young child will put its hand into the viper's nest? Are there vipers in heaven? This raised way more questions than it answered, quite frankly. It raised way more questions than it answered. Are there vipers in heaven?
This is why we don't mess with Isaiah, because it's a little...
It's talking about Hezekiah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so it's a prophecy on this earth. I don't know why you would see that as that animals will go to heaven, which is funny, because when you look at creationist videos, a lot of pastors and a lot of ministers will say, we don't know. And the reason why is the Bible doesn't say that animals will go to heaven, but people are really attached to their pets.
They are.
Hey, Fido's going to just be obliterated. They want to say, hey, we don't know, they could very well be in heaven, kind of thing. But I don't know anyone that's sort of saying, hey, like snakes and bears and lions will go to heaven. Did they believe in Jesus?
Well, they're not filled with original sin, but the bigger issue is, do they have a soul or not? Because there's some schools of thought that say that if you have the breath of life, then you have a soul. But on the other hand, there's the other school that's like, no, only humans made directly in the image of God have a soul. It's a distinct thing from the breath of life. And there's debates, there's arguments, and I don't care.
Oh, I'm sure. Well, I think this is whoops, that's the NIV. I do apologize. I probably should get the KJV. But I don't know. I have no idea whether that. I mean, I'm sure it can be translated as heaven. Depending on what you want to say. Yeah, it's essentially the same. But I don't know what scholarly consensus is on that verse, whether it is talking about heaven and Kip has basically said, hey, they're talking about
Hezekiah.
Hezekiah.
It is such a fun name. The Bible does have some fun names in it.
Well, thank you, Kip. Yeah, absolutely. Why is it showing a Dell ad? I don't want to show you that. I'm not sponsored by Dell. I'm not opposed to it, I guess.
Yeah, more than what kind of computer do I have? Not a Dell. So, other computer brands come sponsor me.
Yeah.
Although Dell wants to send me one.
I sort of put together my stuff from different parts and stuff, so
Yeah,
mine's a mongrel like me. Okay.
animals are swept up, for example, in a bomb in Iraq. I'm sure some squirrels have been swept up in a bomb. Who's to say that that's not justifiable in any sort of way? When we live in a tremendously broken world, you talked about it yourself earlier, over 90% of the suffering we go through is done by humans.
You think? I'm not sure that's true. I'm pretty sure disease accounts for a tremendous amount of suffering that we go through.
Kit makes another really good point. The concept of heaven didn't exist in the Old Testament.
Right. Yeah.
So it couldn't be talking about heaven because they didn't do that thing at that time. It was all Gehenna and whatnot.
Yeah, yeah. And Sheol.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the word I wanted.
Sheol. Yeah, that's a good point, Kip. Yeah, absolutely. So what you'd have to sort of retro fit heaven to the Old Testament, which is weird. Natural disasters? Yeah, not sure about that one. If you're including disease, I'm right there with you. But I think disease has accounted for, if you're including bacterial infections, viruses, prions, all of that kind of stuff, all of disease at all, that's probably accounted for the most suffering, in my opinion. I mean, don't get me wrong, humans suck, but we're not that bad.
So, no, I'm not going to give you I don't want to say that I don't have a problem with it. Sure, there's some moral feelings that I have where it's, man, God, why do you allow this to happen? But you need to come to the conclusion that the most reluctant atheist across the pond where you guys live, named C.S. Lewis, he had the opposite response as you do right now.
C.S. Lewis was a writer. He wrote the Chronicles of Narnia, and that doesn't mean that he's not entitled to an opinion on God, sure. But they quote him like he's this authority on it. And like, yeah, he said some pretty pithy stuff, but I'm not impressed by C.S. Lewis. I'm not impressed by his arguments. They're relatively basic and not very well thought out, in my opinion. I don't think C.S. Lewis is really a good person to refer to.
He's kind of telling, though. I've covered C.S. Lewis, or rather apologists who bring up Lewis from time to time, and I'm always very disappointed. Because, usually it'll be something like a really obvious circular argument. And I'm like, they keep bringing him up because, like William Lane Craig today, he was the best at the time. And if you let's say a hockey team, since Dr. Kip brought them up a moment ago, and your hockey team loses every game, but you've got one player who occasionally scores a goal or even gets close to the net, then that's still your best player, and you're going to play them every time, even though you keep losing.
Look, C.S. Lewis was a much better writer than he was an apologist. I'll say that right now.
He talked about animal as well as human suffering, and his moral outrage towards it shows that there is a moral law, that there is justice ultimately that's objective, and that would be from God. Then secondly, pilgrimage.
That is the transcendental argument. I knew they were going to morality. Did I call it or did I call it? Like, seriously. You're outraged about... So, problem of evil, right? Why does an omnipotent or a tri-omni God, let's just say, or even a maximally powerful, if you want to avoid the all omni problems, sort of the omni-logical problems, sure. Why do they allow suffering in such a vast amount, including to animals? And do you notice he hasn't really addressed the animal problem, except maybe animals go to heaven, which is a weird stance to take. But why does that happen? And he basically says, well, you're outraged about it. There must be something transcendental providing that outrage. It's an objective moral standard that comes from a God. Can you show that is an objective moral standard that comes from a God? I mean, he hasn't even demonstrated the God first, that it actually exists and have anything come from in the first place. It's very, very weird. Like, it's very strange. Because in order to show something comes from a God, you've got to, at minimum, show that that God is real, and you haven't done that.
Yeah, all he's doing, he thinks he's trying to make a counter argument that he believes points at his God, but all he's doing is highlighting a contradiction. If Phil grants this argument and says, cool, objective morality is real and comes from a God, now explain how your God ordered the opposite of that, and it's somehow objectively real. You've created a contradiction, Stuart.
They could pivot as well into the Euthyphro dilemma and sort of saying, okay, is this decided by a God, or does it come from somewhere else? Right? Does God impart morality? Does he decide what morality is, or does he get morality and pass it to us?
And apparently he parcels it out rather unevenly for this objective standard that comes from a God. As a for example, yesterday in Chris Mallard's chat, the vegan teacher dropped by and tried to make a case that Chris should convert to veganism because it's morally superior. And it kind of highlights the situation. You've got some people who give zero fucks about animals. Some people just do not care. Governors of South Dakota, for instance. And then you've got some people like Chris who care a lot about specific animals, like his 5 puppers, and generally about other animals, but not to the point that he'll change his entire life and have to take nutrition supplements because he's no longer eating the meat that evolution designed him to eat, but whatever. And then you've got people like the vegan teacher who believe in preventing the suffering of animals so much they'll be a dick to fellow humans. So this is a very uneven distribution of this objective morality.
Sure. And the funny thing is, all these people claiming objective morality, their morality all differs, which is just hilarious. And they all claim to have the objective one. I see no reason why. And usually they'll just go to an appeal to consequence. Like, well, if morality isn't objective, then it's all subjective and you can do whatever you want and not be punished in the afterlife. And it's like, yeah, it kind of sucks, but just because it sucks doesn't make it not true. That is an appeal to consequence. Wouldn't it be bad if we didn't have objective morality? Yeah. So
I think it's better to have because if it's objective, then we can't do anything about it. It just objectively is. But by having it the way it is, as we learn, as we improve, as we grow as a society, and we have the luxury of expanding rights to more groups and agents, first we have to deal with human rights, and then we can deal with animal rights. We can do that. We can say, okay, now we're elevating our society to a new moral standard. We're no longer going to poach animals from Africa. We're going to give certain rights to the other primates and the whales and the dolphins, give them, something similar to personhood. And we're going to stop killing the damn elephants, Well,
I disagree. I disagree. I think that, like, for instance, we basically stumbled through moralities, doing these atrocious, terrible, and quite frankly, dumb things like slavery, for instance, and before going, oh, that's actually pretty damn immoral. I think that if there was an objective morality, we could just skip all of that and go to what is best for everybody, and et cetera, et cetera. I think that would be fantastic if we could just skip all of the stupidity of killing each other and doing all this, and then going straight to, oh, well, that is definitely moral. Because morality is insanely complicated, and it seems to be the history of humans to basically morality is arriving at it by trial and error, which kind of sucks. So I think skipping all of that and having an objective morality would be great. But just because I think that would be great doesn't mean that it actually exists. And the fact that we, the church has been professing this objective morality for ages, and every church has screwed it up so badly, it kind of suggests that it doesn't exist. It's just...
Yeah, everybody who's talking directly to the high holiness, none of them agree.
None of them agree.
From at Tinker Creek, the great Pulitzer Prize winning author over here, Annie Diller. Read it yourself. She came to believe in God and then a Christian as well as this huge atheist because of her moral outrage over what she saw mainly with insects in the swamp behind her house that she studied for over a year.
Watch out. We found God. It's in the swamp behind some author's house. What is this?
He wasn't in the desert this time.
I could give you tons of people that deconverted and became atheists because of, you know, what was in the Bible about killing people and slavery and all that kind of stuff. But that doesn't make the God exist or not exist. These are people's feelings towards stuff. And just because one person is converted doesn't mean that there is a God.
I mean, you know, I remember the last time I went to the swamp, I saw this you know, cute little frog sitting there on a log.
Thought you were going to say an ogre. I would have laughed a lot.
I mean, it could have been an ogre, you know. Get out to me, swamp.
An ogre.
But yeah, and I saw this frog, and I was like, you know, this frog, it was born, and then it had to go through its whole life as a tadpole and then metamorphosize and become a full frog. So it's been born again, and this is proof of Jesus, and I became a Christian.
Yeah. I mean
clearly.
Francis Collins, who worked on the Human Genome Project, I respect him a lot. He's a fantastic geneticist. He got converted because he saw a waterfall splitting into three and it reminded him of the Trinity. But that doesn't mean he's a credible source as far as if there's a God. It just means it's his personal belief. Oh, yeah, and Rabbit Atheist is right. It's avoiding the original question. Well, it's kind of tangential. They're basically saying, hey, all of this suffering, it didn't make people not believe in a God. It made these people believe in a God. But that's irrelevant. The whole point is, why would a benevolent God punish animals like that? You're right. They're avoiding it. They're just sort of saying, hey, this suffering convinced people to believe in God. Yeah, and it convinced people not to believe in God as well. So what? It's not evidence of anything.
When she saw different forms of insects landing on the backs of frogs and slowly sucking their brains out, she didn't have this response that you and Alex did, which is, oh, there could be no God who would allow something like that to happen. No, she had the opposite response. And she said, my moral outrage leads me to believing that there is moral objectivity out there. I have a real issue with it. If there wasn't, I wouldn't have a big issue with it. It's just, this is how nature operates, and I got to be okay with that. So
these animals...
Some of the biggest atheists have come, and I follow what they're saying. That makes sense to me. It checks out.
This is just an anecdote. It's irrelevant.
So I saw that frog, and then the frog on the log ate a fly. It murdered that fly, that poor fly. It had its right to its life, and the frog just chomped it right down. And you know, that convinced me that there's moral outrage in the universe. And how could God do this? Clearly, the world is fallen and consumed with sin.
It's a fallen world. It's a fallen world. It's a fallen world.
And then, you know what happened? The damn frog turned gay. Alex Jones was right.
And then they put chemicals in the water that turned all the frogs gay.
These animals are not swept up like you described with those squirrels. These animals are killed on the command of God. And as you know, we discussed this at some length in our last conversation in 1 Samuel 15. The best of the livestock are kept alive by Saul. And when he approaches Samuel informs him that God has said he regretted he made Saul king. Why did God regret that he made Saul king?
I think this is changing the subject. I'd rather they
continue
down the animal
thing.
It
very much is, but it's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
I mean, anytime God regrets or God changes his mind or God loses a bet or, you know, Abraham just fucking bullies him into seeing things his own way, all of these things. It just, the whole, he's omniscient and omnipotent.
Convinces him to change his mind, and all of this stuff. And I think he regretted the flood as well, which is really weird to have a person carry out a genocide and then go, well, I regret doing that. It's like, well, maybe you should have had that thought before. And plus, if he regretted it, why didn't he just change it back? He's freaking God. He should be able to resurrect everybody.
Yeah, just undo it.
Undo it. Just Control Z it.
In fact, why isn't that in the story? Why isn't? And then God destroyed the world another time, regretted it, and put it back. That shows how powerful he is. The world is here all not destroyed and shit.
Well, I mean, that's an argument.
I remember that time that the Lord regretted the sin he sought to do unto his people. No, not only does he create evil, regret things, change his mind, lose arguments with mortals, but he's capable of sin. What the fuck does sin even mean if he's capable of sin? The best definition I've ever gotten is sin is the antithesis of holiness. It's the absence of God in your life. If God can do it, then what are we even doing here? The whole thing is contradictory all the way down. It's incoherent.
And plus, we have to be forgiven by Jesus, according to them, because God cannot stand sin in his presence in heaven. But he does it himself. Like, how? What? So strange. I will never, I could live to be 1,000 years. I'll never understand this religion. It's so baffling. Like, seriously. It's so baffling.
Because he kept alive the animals that he was supposed to kill. This is not like there is some kind of natural order which requires a balanced ecosystem which will involve predation and this kind of thing. This is God saying, go into this town, kill the men, kill the women, kill the children and the infants, and kill the animals. And when Saul does not kill the animals and leaves some of them alive, God regrets that he made Saul king. Phil's question, I think, is to explain how this kind of command can be justified. Not animals getting swept up as a foreseen but unintended consequence of the natural order or war, but no, go and kill them. And if you don't kill them all, you're going to be punished for it. Why?
Because you have an omniscient, omnipotent God who controls.
Notice he left out the omnibenevolent of that one.
Mm-hmm.
Just a slip of the mind, hey, Stuart, just leave out the omnibenevolent. That one's not important right now, right? Because that's central to the claim that he is omnibenevolent. He cannot do evil, but that's clearly evil. So he leaves that one out. Come on, Stuart, you know better than that.
Controls the entire universe, who we have to allow to judge when he so chooses. And
judge the animals?
Have revulsions in our 21st century mindset, especially you being very white male and me being very white male, in a very secular, very prominent intellectual area of the world, we're going to have a revulsion to it. Now, I'm going to go to your earlier argument.
Is he appealing to moral relativism?
It kind of seems that way.
It does seem that way. That suggests that God, because you've claimed objective morals, and if God is unchanging, then the same objective morals should be there. If God has changed those morals, then did he decide that they changed? If the morals are dependent on God's stance at the time, like this is moral because they can't be taught any differently, then if he decides later, well, they can be taught differently, so the morals will change, then he is necessarily dictating morals, and therefore it's not objective, it's subjective. The subject is God, but it's his stance that is providing those morals. It is stance dependent and therefore subjective.
It has to be. I mean, not just because God keeps changing his mind about things, thou shalt not kill, but now go kill those guys. But also, if it weren't stance dependent on God, then the objective morality would have to exist outside of God, meaning there's rules God has to obey, and that creates a whole other set of problems.
Right. And some appeal to his nature, but God is unchanging. So if God has changed his nature over time, then I have a whole load of other questions, and if God's nature changes to destroy everything, does that then become moral? There's all of these questions that come up from that. So, and if it is in God's nature to slaughter people and animals, and you're taking your morals from God's nature, then that becomes moral. There's all sorts of problems there. So we've got this issue with trying to appeal to moral relativism when you're claiming that your morals are objective and God is unchanging. There's issues there. So, you know, he's kind of backs himself into a corner on that one, I think.
Alex, go over.
Do you think it's a white male thing to object to the killing of animals?
They're going to say, "Who are you, Alex, to say in your white Western culture that there?"
Is he trying to like appeal to Alex's privilege right now? I'm very confused. Because obviously Saul had a problem with killing the animals because he didn't do it. He kept some of them.
Mm-hmm. You don't even need morality for that. That's capitalism will suffice. These are valuable livestock.
It's a waste, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's such a big issue with this. The majority of people in those areas of the world would say, of course a God who's big enough, who created you, is allowed to judge in a nasty, brutish, ancient Near Eastern culture. What's the big deal? And so this gets back to the malleability of the Bible, how it lifts up some cultures and then at the same time challenges and convicts other cultures, rather than this just consensus, universalistic, fluffy type of text.
But Stu, let me hang on. I just want to ask you a question. Right? Very simple question.
Did he answer the question though?
No.
How is that moral to slaughter animals? And he's just like, don't judge them because you live in a different time and you're an intellectual? Is that his answer?
I thought his answer was, I don't know. I couldn't really get past the colonialist attitude, vague racist gesturing at, the brown people are primitives and do things a different way. You've been lifted up by this Christian culture. You're an elevated intellectual, but these brown people living in the mud trying to scrabble out a living, they don't want to hear it from you.
But the whole thing comes down to, well, do you think it was a good act to slaughter everybody or a bad act? If you're William Lane Craig, you have to admit that, hey, it was a good thing.
And he did, to Alex's face.
Yeah. And that was a great moment because it sort of showed that, hey, if God says it's good, then it's good. And that's a problem because all kinds of people think God tells them all kinds of things. That's a problem.
Yeah, this Scotty seems to go back and forth on things. You know, first he created, all the things. I make the land and it's good, and I make the trees and it's good. And then I go, oh shit, I should turn the light on and make the sun and it's good, and so forth. He makes humans and it's good. But then humans are bad, so he kills all of them except one family.
Yeah.
But then he regrets it, which is good. And then they start to populate the earth, and he tells some of them to go kill some of the other ones of them. And now that's good, even though the humans are good because he made them and it was good.
Have you considered the fall?
What if the fall refers to Yahweh? Like, we assume that it's the humans in original sin, but God sinned first. He broke his own commandment by telling a lie, introduced sin to the world, yada, yada. But,
I like that.
What if gaining the knowledge of good and evil, that wasn't a sin because people didn't do as they were told by God? They didn't have the knowledge of good and evil. They couldn't have deliberately disobeyed or done anything else, really. But by gaining the knowledge, the same knowledge, according to both Yahweh and the serpent, that puts them on a level with God, they're now able to judge his actions.
Right.
And
we know that God is a moral monster now.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun. You know what? I honestly just think it's a wild-ass story that people made up to explain where the world came from, quite frankly. But hey, you do you, boo. You do you.
Right? If torturing animals is not something to make you think maybe the character in the Bible is not the perfect God that you think exists, right? Because it could be there is a perfect God, but it's not the God of the Bible, right? That's possible. Would you concede that?
Anything's possible if I'm an agnostic.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So, right now, if torturing animals is not
maybe Moab was the good one. You ever consider that? Maybe it was Asherah, the consort of God, that was the good one. Maybe that was the case.
I mean, her alter ego Inanna was very trans friendly.
Really, that's cool.
Yeah,
nice. Yeah. Just note for everybody: trans people have been around for a long time. Just accept it. Just deal with it in some way. Long time. Especially in places like India and I think Vietnam has a long tradition as well. Like just forever. It's interesting.
It's going to convince you that this God is not perfectly good. If commanding genocide is not going to convince you that this God isn't perfectly good, what's
he got to do?
Tell me what would convince you. Actually, the character in this book isn't perfectly good. What would convince you of that?
If he was perfectly good, that he is.
No, what would convince you that he isn't?
Oh, that he isn't?
Yes.
I would start with the resurrection. I wouldn't go to talking snakes. I wouldn't go to a dome. I would go right to the resurrection, see if Christ really rose from the dead, and then see what he said about the Old Testament and the claims of God. So, no, I don't know exactly.
I'm sorry. So in order to show that the God of the Bible is not good, we can show you where he committed genocide, slaughtered women and children, or commanded women and children to be slaughtered, commanded animals to be slaughtered, commanded entire tribes to be wiped out, changed Pharaoh's mind and then punished his people for what he himself did. There's all of this stuff in here. But in order to convince you that he's not good, you would have to go to Jesus, assuming he's resurrected, ask him, and then take his word for it, who is the same person.
He needs an authority to tell him. He's doctrinally not allowed to think for himself, at least not on these deeper questions. It's freaking wild. I've said before, it's more evident in the Book of Mormon, but it's pretty evident here too, that there's bits and pieces that are put into the story to force cognitive dissonance. You have to confront these things and say, look at this horrible thing God did, and deliberately choose to say he's all good. You're contradicting what you know to be true. And once you force yourself to do that, you've started to disable your critical thinking and you become more invested in this. Now it has to be true because you've made so many internal sacrifices. You've sacrificed part of your own thinking capability to keep believing in this. So it just has to be true. Argument from consequence becomes a thing.
Yeah.
It's a manipulation tactic. And we see it in so many other religions. Scientology does a ton of this shit.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's crazy. But as interesting as it is, it's all tangential. Stuart could say, okay, the God of the Bible isn't a good dude, but that doesn't mean he doesn't exist.
Correct. Yes. Or the problem of evil goes away, like Calvinists, for instance, who say, hey, God just does evil crap. Like God isn't all good. He can do as much evil as he wants, but you better obey him. And they aren't affected by the problem of evil because they can just say, hey, he'll do nasty stuff to you. It's only the omnibenevolent that Stuart left out of his description that is the problem. As long as you can say, hey, God can be really evil, but that raises another question of why would you follow this God? Because he certainly doesn't have your best interests in mind.
Oh, for sure.
Makes right.
And well, there's that omnipresent cop-out, which is more omnipresent than Jesus, by the way, where there's always that final fallback of mysterious ways. Whatever we perceive as evil is actually for the greater good. Sure, God might wipe out a few million Canaanites here and there, but look at this wonderful world full of technology that resulted from that one atrocity. So maybe we should just trust that God has the best in mind for all of us eventually.
But then that act becomes necessarily good, because good and evil are kind of when all eventualities and consequences have been evaluated, it is for the betterment of some purpose, or it achieves the purpose it's trying to achieve. So if it is a good thing that the flood drowned everybody, or sorry, if the aim of making a good society or a good world or a, you know, perfect world or whatever that God does by drowning everybody, then that is necessarily a good act, even if it seems evil at the time. And that's why William Lane Craig had to concede that. Because, like, a lot of them bring up, like, oh, but you go to the gym and that's horrible, but, you know, you still do it. And in the end of it, it's a good thing, even though it's bad at the time. And it's like, yeah, but it's a good thing that I do that because the outcome is good. It is good. I might not enjoy it, but it is good.
Yeah, well, it's a net gain based on the values that you're trying to actualize in the world. But this that conversation with Craig, it goes to what I was saying about disagreements I have in the way Alex does things. You know, Alex just let Craig hang himself, which is fine. It serves a purpose, and Craig will continue to talk to Alex in the future because of it. But our friend Eric from Skeptics and Scoundrels would handle that a slightly different way. The video that made him famous, asterisk, famous in our corner of the internet, was could God not kill children? Which is to say, to put it in the context of this discussion, couldn't God, being an all-powerful being with a perfect plan, have not actualized every single one of the goals he wanted to achieve and kill one Canaanite child less? Could God not do that? Because if you do that, you're a more moral God.
Yeah. Well, not necessarily, because if all of that that child ending was for a good thing, if the total evaluation is that the outcome is good, then that is the best thing to do. And that's what they have to stick to, is that in actuality was a good thing. So if you killed one child less, then that would not be as good. And that is where Eric is absolutely right. Like, why couldn't God have achieved all of his aims and not killed anybody? He's a God. He should be able to do anything. And this is where the omnipotence really sort of gives them enough rope, because, you know, they're sort of saying, hey, he can do anything, but he's also all good. But he did these things that we know are evil. So they're stuck. They've got to either say that those things are good, and that is the best way God could achieve his aims, knowing what would happen ahead of time, or he's not good.
I would wind the goalposts like Alex on this one and say,
No.
I think if God destroyed the entire human race and kept the human race dead and there were no human beings out there, well, then we wouldn't know, obviously, if he was so good or bad. But the issue, yet again, is
he's good, because he could have slaughtered all of us. Ember, did you know that? Did you know that if you don't slaughter the entire human race and you leave 8 alive, then you're actually a good person?
See, if he'd left one Canaanite child, that would make him good. Problem solved.
Who would have thought it?
This is like, I mean, Forrest says it all the time, but it's battered spouse syndrome. I mean, sure, he hits me every Friday night when he comes home drunk, but he could have killed me, and the fact he doesn't do the worst possible thing means he's really a good guy. I can fix him. I can save him.
He apologizes afterwards with a rainbow and promised never do it again.
A rainbow, folks.
Yeah.
How could you stay mad at a guy who wiped out your entire civilization and brought you a rainbow?
Yeah. Well, my question is, did rainbows exist before the flood? Like, if he put a rainbow in the sky just for the flood, like, were there any rainbows beforehand, or did light just not refract through water before the flood? I don't know. I have questions.
He did it by a very, a technical process of optics. As you know, you need raindrops to be semi-spherical to do the refraction effect.
Yes.
So before that, rain didn't fall in raindrops. It fell in streams. Like when you see out a window, just a stream. Yeah.
Okay. I'm not sure I've ever done that, but sure, Ems, sure.
But if he did that, would you think it's bad?
Stated, again, you are being dishonest because you just said that God tortures animals. No, God stopped the torturing of human beings. Look at Moloch, for example, and what was going on with child sacrifice. So he would be considered way better, way more good than what you are stating right here. So there's no torturing of animals.
Yeah, let's stop the child sacrifice by killing everyone, including the children. That'll fix it.
I mean, it does stop the child sacrifice.
And since God commanded it, isn't that a sacrifice to Yahweh instead? I don't.
That's the thing.
Right.
I've debated with people over this one, but the way the Bible, in the oldest laws, it talks about how the firstborn sons must be given to the Lord. And people like to say, oh, well, that just means they have to join the priesthood or something.
Right.
But the problem is that at the time, the priesthood was a specific tribe. You had to be born into it. And the way it's phrased is exactly the same verbiage as was used when you have to give the firstborn calf to the Lord, or give the first of whatever the hell livestock. Like, it's talking about sacrifice, using the same words in the same way. So maybe I'm a silly bean, but it seems to me that the Hebrews of that time, or proto-Israelites, I suppose, were doing infant sacrifices, and they were just mad that the Canaanites were sacrificing to the wrong God.
Well, I don't think there was a lot of difference between the tribes, but the thing is that I mean, I could be wrong on this, but I've heard that there isn't a lot of evidence for child sacrifice in the area, apart from definitely the Phoenicians were doing that kind of thing. But I don't think there was a lot of evidence of that around at the time. Like, it is just this vilification of your enemies, which, quite frankly, has gone on forever throughout human history. You know, those people over there that do all the evil stuff, as opposed to us who do all the right stuff. You know.
It just the whole thing could be completely made up after the fact, as just a hypothetical, to justify the animal sacrifices that were going on later. Why do we sacrifice animals to Yahweh, Daddy? Well, because we used to sacrifice babies, but God is so good, he lets us get away with sacrificing animals now. Or some, I mean, again, fabrication.
Keeps correcting you. You know, someone else is getting corrected, which is awesome. The problem is the command is to surrender your firstborn son to God after 7 days. Unweaned babies don't survive. So they weren't necessarily killing them. They were allowing them to die and then handing them over. That's so much better, you know, like, seriously, what the hell? Correct. Evidence is hard to come by, but scholars are fairly convinced that child sacrifice practices by most cultures in the Levant, including Israel. Yeah. I think that scholars don't, I mean, there are differences between them, don't get me wrong, but it wasn't this, well, you know, they're all evil and we're all good kind of thing that the biblical apologists want to do. I don't know.
Happened in the flood? What happened in the flood? What happened in the flood? Did they drown over 40 days and nights? Yes or no?
We don't know exactly.
They drowned in minutes.
Oh, he's agnostic on the flood. That's awesome.
Agnostic?
I have no idea what that torturing supposedly looked like, or if it was a swift death.
Hold on. Why are you allowed to say you don't know?
I don't know exactly what that looks like.
He's got a point. He's not allowed to say, I don't know. You can't be agnostic on this.
Yeah.
Quick, get him, Cliff. He said he don't know. Get him. Left-handed Jedi for $5 says, shouldn't all the ancient people be related and worship the same God if they all came from Noah? Well, that's the thing. You know, I think they might point to the Tower of Babel, which I think was about 150, 160 years afterwards. I may have that incorrect, but it was roughly that amount of time afterwards. So sort of saying, hey, that's when they were all broken up and their languages became different and stuff like that. But I don't think 8 people, even breeding at their most, you know, wildly breeding, could create in that amount of time the amount of people required to build the Tower of Babel, quite frankly, because there was a flourishing civilization. I think that that's kind of a bit ridiculous. I think Joshua Bowen, Dr. Joshua Bowen, first presented that one, I heard. But, you know, I think that's kind of, yeah, really weird. And, you know, we know that.
Well, also remember at the time, people were apparently very prone to switching to incorrect religions at the drop of a hat, you know, and years later, in the time of Moses, right, there's millions of people who've just been liberated from Egypt by divine acts of great magic. They know this God is real and is protecting them, and they get to the freaking mountain, and Moses goes up on the mountain to write down the laws, and he's gone for a couple of days, and they're like, oh, I guess we're abandoned. Everybody melt down your gold and let's build a new God. You know, they just they know that God is real, and they're still, let's make an idol and just start worshiping that now. Like they will change gods like that.
Yeah. Not very loyal. Maybe that's why God is so mad. I wouldn't have thought God would have anger issues. Look, God needs some serious psychological help, to be honest with you. It just is. ADHD was prevalent. That's nice, Victoria. I love it. I mean,
it kind of makes sense, because remember why Yahweh didn't destroy all of Israel over the golden calf, because he was all ready to rage quit on the whole enterprise, and Moses is like, hey, Yahweh, simmer down. Think of what if you kill them all, think of what the other gods will think. What'll be your reputation in the divine pantheon? And Yahweh's like, yeah, you're right. I would be shamed in front of the other gods. I'm changing my mind on this.
Because when you're an omnipotent, omniscient, omnibenevolent God, that's exactly what you do. You change your mind. But he did strike them with a plague, I think, from memory. I think.
Yeah, if I recall, he wiped out a big chunk of them, maybe half of them. The people who had become the priests of the idol for sure, including Moses's brother.
But he's good. He's good because he could have killed them all. Look, I mean,
exactly.
Just a few murders isn't bad. You have to kill everybody for that to happen. You know, he left 8 people alive. What's your problem, Ember? Seriously.
I'm so picky. My subjective relative morality it's excessively high.
Pesky moral framework.
Like that type of justice. But to say that somehow people were holding little puppies in their hands and slowly killing them, I think that's a pretty weak argument.
Who said that? Who said that? Nobody said that. And also,
why am I torturing? He used the word
torturing. That doesn't flood. No, hang on.
Do you think that the guys in the ancient Levant went back to like kill all the livestock, saw a cow with their sword or whatever, and somehow put it down humanely? And what the hell does that look like? Like, did they have, you know, some kind of humane way to kill the cattle instantly?
Maybe.
And what exactly was that?
Divine zappers? You know,
maybe.
like I don't know, maybe spears that had touched the Ark of the Covenant and just a touch and boop, fall dead. Just like that one dude who kept the Ark from falling over. Boop, dead.
It's so weird to think that they're commanded to slaughter the livestock and it's not just a, you know, mewling mess of animals dying. Like, why would I want to know what you see in your head when they're slaughtering animals? I mean, don't get me wrong. It's just, yeah, I mean, he can say torture. Yeah, it's kind of really inhumane. Weird, very weird.
Flood is happening over 40 days and nights. Now, in law, waterboarding, where you simulate drowning, is considered a torture. Now this is actual drowning, done over 40 days and nights. Let's think about this. The weak would die first. The little kittens would die before the adult cats. right? This would be a slow death. It's over 40 days and nights.
Okay, Left Hand Jedi says the Israelites knew dim mak. If people aren't familiar with that, it's basically the touch of death fake martial art, and I love it. That's awesome. That's so good. I love it.
That's what Krav Maga is based on, right?
I don't think so. That's a Malaysian martial art based on fighting. What?
I thought that was the Israeli martial art.
Krav Maga? I'm not 100% sure, to be honest with you. Maybe I've got the wrong one.
I mean, I could be mistaken too. It's been a while since I heard of it, but
yeah, could be. Yeah, no,
my meat brain does mix things up from time to time.
Well, so does mine. So
yeah,
you can't be agnostic about this, Ember.
It's true.
Now, also consider this, right? In Joshua, what does God command of the Hebrew armies? He tells them to hough their horses. Do you know what houging a horse is?
What? That's a good question. We are horse people, but you may know more about horses than me.
Okay, to hough a horse, I had to look this up when I read it. It's to sever the Achilles tendon of a horse so that it can no longer run, can no longer walk. It's going to die a horrible death. And that is what God commands the Hebrew armies to do. And it's obviously why. We know why, because
it makes sense in sort of a human paradigm of like, you've got your rivals there and you don't want them ever to be able to sort of, attack you again. You're basically taking their cavalry away. You're subjecting them. It's kind of, I think that he's backing up that torture is a correct word to use, though, because while it makes sense in a strategic way, it definitely is inhumane, callous, and just bad for the horses, But I just want to mention briefly presentism that we generally don't. And Maya coming through. Israelis. Yeah, you're right. It was Israeli. Well done. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, but I don't think it's not based upon the touch of death.
No,
the fake martial art. No, okay.
I was kidding.
Yeah, so I think this is appropriately leveraged that it was a torture, but we don't judge people back then. They just didn't know any better. That's sort of moral relativity. That's presentism. We try not to judge them by the standards we have today because they just didn't know. But that's not to say that what they did was a good thing by our standards. It's just weird to hear creationists appeal to sort of objective morals and then moral presentism. It's very, very strange, right? It's not just me.
I'm finding it strange that Yahweh is handing down specific battle tactics.
Yeah.
It seems like, I don't know, a potential alternative hypothesis might be the army is on the field and they need to deal with the enemy possibility of cavalry. And so the commander, Joshua, says, fuck up their rides. And they go, oh, that's horrible. Oh. These are, the animals though. And Joshua goes, God said so. And boom, there it is. It's just, it's the parent reaction, because I said so, except it's because God said so. And God talks to me and not you. So you just have to do what I say, which is the problem with religion. Because whoever it is that's saying God talks to me and not you, you have to do what I say. That's an inherently abusive system. Every time.
I totally agree. Totally agree. Yeah.
Because it's for victory in battle. Now, God could have easily taught them how to use tranquilizers. He could have teleported the horses elsewhere. He could have just put them to sleep for a few hours during the battle. But no, he commanded this torture, right? Now, if that doesn't convince you that this God is not perfectly good, what would?
Well, I just continue to rely on my favorite intellects over there where you guys are. And C.S. Lewis would answer, yes, there's a problem emotionally for me when it comes to this issue. But there's a greater problem for the atheist and agnostic in explaining this type of moral.
He's not answering the question. He's basically saying, hey, there's a great problem. This is if he goes down the route of the problem of evil is a problem for atheists because there's no heaven to rectify. I'm going to lose my mind. Hey, that is Matt Powell level stuff. And I know this because I last heard it from Matt Powell. If he goes down there, I've just lost all respect for him, but hopefully he won't. Hopefully he won't.
I kind of wonder if their strategy here is to try to short circuit Alex and Phil's brains and just say such ridiculously out there shit that they finally just have an aneurysm and drop dead and they win.
Well, it certainly isn't answering questions because they're doing nothing of the sort.
Yeah.
They're just sort of saying, hey, but you've got no system to judge us by. It's sort of this, well, hang on a second. That doesn't answer the question and it doesn't establish your objective morality. And it sort of, we know that it shows God to be pretty callous and vicious. So I don't, I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed.
Moral outrage they have over this issue. So we both have problems. I'm not going to say, oh, this is an easy one. And I'm not going to say this is let's just turn it into a page turner. No, there's true issues here, but I defer to C.S. Lewis, and I think Alex should as well, when saying that you still have a bigger issue than me in answering this question when it comes down to where is this ultimate moral outrage coming from? It's just your own subjective opinion.
I would like to know
why try and convince me of this with your.
Well, where is the moral outrage coming from? I mean, it can come from lots of different places, but simply sort of evolutionarily speaking, we generally don't like wasting stuff. The Europeans were notable for wasting things and, hunting more than they had to and doing horrible things to animals when we didn't have to. I don't think there's, and empathy itself sort of leads us to care for the animals that are under human control. We have empathy for animals as well. It's really weird. Because what he's saying is that, yeah, you feel moral outrage and I feel moral outrage, but it's still a good thing. Is that what he's saying? Like our moral outrage is mistaken because it's God.
Yeah, how dare you judge God? Because God
Right.
it's where you're in. It's so internally incoherent. It hurts right here, as Chris would say. It shouldn't be possible to have moral outrage directed at God if God were the being that we're being told he is. It hurts my head.
Your great moral outrage.
I'm not trying to convince you as a point of morality. I'm trying to convince you of a point of the truth of the Christian doctrine. I'm making a criticism similar to what Lincoln said of slavery. If this is not wrong, then nothing is wrong. I'm not saying that it's wrong. I'm not saying that it's immoral. I haven't used moralized terms. What I'm saying is that it's unexpected on the command of a loving God. C.S. Lewis, of course, has a chapter in The Problem of Pain where he discusses the suffering of animals. You know how he solves the problem? He says that they don't really experience pain. He says that they're in pain, but they don't realize it. This to me is literally a nonsensical statement. I think that actually doesn't make sense.
I think we all know animals can feel pain. C.S. Lewis is an idiot. Like we all know, like we have a dog and I once had a dog and it hurt itself and it was in pain and I knew it was in pain. Like I don't know why C.S. Lewis would make that statement except as a excuse for this particular problem. It's just trying to do mental gymnastics to the point where you are denying that animals feel pain, which is weird. It's so weird.
If you want to take that line, if you want to say, well, let's defer to C.S. Lewis, look at what he says on the suffering of animals, and ask yourself if you'd be okay torturing a dog because ultimately, although they look like they're in pain, they're not really experiencing it in the way that a human is. Also, be careful with your quotes. I mean, earlier, Stuart, you quoted Dostoevsky. You actually quoted one of the characters of Dostoevsky as saying that if God has said everything is permitted. Of course, the first place that this phrase "everything is permitted" actually occurs is in Crime and Punishment. But in this place, it's applied to the extraordinary men, in particular Napoleon, who are willing to sort of step over the moral feeling that most people have because they've given themselves a position of authority that absolves them of the general morality to commit all kinds of criminality, even though it kind of runs against people's intuitions. People like Napoleon, these great figures, are able to step over that, as Dostoevsky or Raskolnikov says. And for those people, everything is permitted. That sounds a lot more like the kind of thing that the Israelites were doing than anything that any atheist has done. Also, Dostoevsky.
I think he made a grave error in trying to bring up literature to Alex O'Connor. I mean, I'm not very well versed in Dostoevsky.
It's Antarctica.
Yeah, I know. I have this problem with some words. I'm not well read on him at all, so I'll refrain from commenting. But I one of the things that annoys me is that while like his books are probably fantastic, they still are not. They are fiction. They are characters. They are a fictional work. And yes, our art can reflect reality and stuff, but if you're sitting there and you're going, well, he wrote that all of these fictional characters without a god would do X, I'm really sorry, but no, you can't just appeal to a fictional novel regardless of who wrote it.
He wrote in a letter to one of his friends, and I quote, "If anyone could prove to me that Christ is outside the truth, and the truth really did exclude Christ, I should prefer to stay with Christ and not with the truth." So
the most honest thing he's ever written.
And the guy in chat retracted that message real fast. Well done. Well done.
Agree with you that there are a great many literary greats who have assented to Christianity, but some of them do so on such ludicrous notions as diminishing the idea that animals could feel pain in the way that other human beings can, and others do so explicitly saying that they would do so even if the facts were all against them. I also want to know why it is that when I'm asked about the most fundamental basic question of reality, whether there's a God and what the ultimate meaning of life is, that when I say I don't know, you say that that's an impossible question, that I'm not allowed to have that option available to me. But when we ask you a very direct, simple textual question, do you think this actually happened and why? You're allowed to say you don't know on that much more simple question.
Oh, I don't. Much of the Old Testament, we went over this. Much of the Old Testament, you have to leave room for. Is it historical narrative, like William Lane Craig says, picking up in chapter 11 of Genesis? Or is that more metaphorical? Is that more literal? Is there poetry in Psalms, for example? You have Deborah talking about the stars are coming to fight for the Israelites. Obviously, that's a song because the next chapter afterwards, chapter 4 and 5, you have clearly that they actually fought themselves.
So he's not answering the question, which is why he gets asked one of the greatest existential questions that has ever been asked, and he says that he doesn't know the answer. That's not acceptable. And when he asks a question about what is your interpretation of this text, you say, I don't know, and that's fine. It's not answering the question. These guys have not answered a single question presented to them through this entire thing. It's ridiculous.
This is the way of the apologist.
There was metaphor. So no, I'm not going to take any passage in the Old Testament.
This guy in the chat's saying that he's being censored. You retracted it, you dummy.
Why do people keep oppressing me? This is a tactic right out of Greg Kokel's book. If you don't like a question, replace it with a different question, but make sure you monologue a little in between so people don't notice the switch.
And especially in the New Testament, even out of Matthew, one single passage, I think it's greater evidence for reliability in one sense if many were silent on it. I'm not going to build a whole theological position off of one verse or one passage. I'm going to take many together. The Old Testament God left room for 400 years for certain people groups to turn, to change, to show love and humanitarian rights. He welcomed slave girls, prostitutes. He welcomed Canaanites into the kingdom. I mean,
that wasn't not even remotely the question. What the hell?
You look at Rahab, for example, another Gentile prostitute. The type of grace and love, I went over this with you last time we talked about Genesis chapter 12, right out of the gate. He's the one who walks through the dead pieces of animals rather than saying, Abraham, you have to do it, because judgment, it's talking already about in Genesis 11, is going to land on God. That is the best form of sacrifice and love I could ever imagine. The other side is not contradicting himself, but it's showing his holiness.
Can I ask you a question? We've spoken about God inflicting suffering on animals. As it gets a bit complicated, because like you say, the genre of the text is important. There could be room for things like hyperbole, whatever. But the example that I gave in my opening, I said it was a direct question and it hasn't been answered. And that's due to the sake of time, of course, but I want to give you the opportunity now. That deer, leg trapped under a branch on its own, no moral free choice, no moral soul development, no people looking at this with a chance to save them, giving them an ability to achieve some higher order good, just starvation for, say, I don't know, a week before finally being stumbled upon by a mountain lion who will kill it by sticking its jaws in its throat, and it will die excruciatingly over the course of a few minutes. This kind of thing happens routinely throughout the animal kingdom. I said that if I gave you the opportunity right now, if I said that you were about to become a random wild animal somewhere in the world right now, when I press this button, I think you would kill yourself before I had the opportunity, because you know that you're about to enter a life of untold misery. The question is, why? Why is this allowed? And bear in mind that I don't know is not an answer.
Oh, yes, it is an answer. I don't know is called honesty, Alex. And if I
don't
know,
there we have it.
Oh, wow. Can we get some ironies in chat, please? Wow.
Oh, irony is great, but I need the WTF and the sus.
Help yourself. They're
and
all
the
there
logic.
for you, Ems. Ah, wow. And I love that it wasn't Stuart that answered. It was Cliff, the guy who originally said he wasn't allowed to answer. I don't know. Wow. Wow.
Oh shit.
That's just something else. Cliff, Stuart. Wow. Okay. All right. This is terrible.
Then I agree with you. I don't know. It's called honesty. Agnosticism on this question is called honesty. We don't know. You don't know. I don't know.
Unfair, messed up world.
Thanks for stopping by, Kip. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure, Kip. Thanks for the insight on the.
Oh, Kip. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Have a good night, mate. Yeah, thanks for dropping in. Really appreciate it, mate. Really fun. And thanks for letting us know. That's awesome. I always love it when we have someone the expert and I can learn some stuff.
Yeah.
You know,
also,
usually I have to rely on a tapioca weasel, and that's a dodgy kind
really, of. But also, I sense a bit of foreshadowing because Kip says, "See you tomorrow, Maya." Could it be Kip might be the next guest on Science Sunday?
Oh, I will watch. I will watch if that is the case. You know, I'm lying.
We're deducing shit up in here because we're like mastered. I mean, honestly, Cliff and Stuart aren't even challenged. So, you know.
Yeah. I'm looking. Do I see a Kip?
Wrong doctor.
No, Dr. Ben, it looks like. I think.
Oh, okay.
I think that's Dr. Ben.
So what? Now I'm curious. I know.
Maybe they have a dinner date. None of our business.
I mean, you know, I like to know what our friends are up to, and I mean,
look, Dr. Ben is just as good, quite frankly. So I'm on board.
Dr. Ben's fucking awesome.
Yeah,
in fact, he also knows martial arts. He may be able to teach us all something about the touch of death.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Not born into the Garden of Eden. And because we are born into an unfair, messed up world, I've got a bigger concern than the deer. I've got the concern of my niece who died at the age of 7 in a horrible car wreck. I have a bigger concern, Alex. I have the concern of my nephew who was born with spina bifida.
This is appeal to emotion. Absolutely appeal to emotion. And plus, it's not working because the question is, why is a God doing this to you who has followed and done everything he's asked?
It's kind of counterproductive. Like you, in your opinion, Cliff, you are the holiest man you know because you devote every iota of your being to serving your God in the way you think is most righteous and correct. And still, you are suffering the trials of Job vicariously through your other relatives. But still, why has God placed this curse upon your house?
And
something.
Here's the thing, and he says it's the most holy way that he's devoted himself to God. He has built his entire career on that. Don't forget that. He's not just sort of saying, hey, this is one of the ways you can serve. He says this is the best way you can serve God. But it still doesn't answer the question. He's like, well, I don't care about the deer. Well, we don't care if you care about the deer. We care if God cares about the deer. And if God cares about the deer, why does he make the deer do that? Because it doesn't help any humans or contribute to any kind of human development or have anything to do with humans at all. It's just suffering for suffering's sake at that point. And so the amount of questions he has dodged is just ridiculous. You know, this is getting ludicrous.
He's not even good at it.
No,
like, when Frank Turek does it, he does the Turek 2-step, you know, he'll take the thing and he'll be like zip, and then he'll like throw back something that sounds vaguely like he's trying to answer, even though he's dodged it. But Cliff is just like, you know what? I'm just going to change the subject entirely.
Yeah. It's bush league stuff. Cliff, what are you doing?
I have a bigger concern, Alex, and that's my younger sister who was born with brain damage and had to go through special ed. We are all born, the deer, the human being, all of us are born into a cursed, unfair world. Not because God created it that way, but because we human beings told God to take a hike, and Lucifer told God to take a hike.
But he didn't have to punish us. Like, he decided that was what was going to happen. He knew that was going to happen when he put the apple in the garden.
Could his God have not done it this way? Is he not powerful enough?
Anything different?
Yeah. And in fact, we know from the Bible, if the Bible is true, then this God loves suffering. It's his favorite, well, his second favorite thing after the smell of burning flesh. Oh, he really likes the smell of burning flesh. It is an aroma pleasing unto the Lord. But suffering, oh yes. Suffering is holy.
And when God steps back, chaos erupts.
But this is what Cliff does. He's a preacher first and foremost, and that's where he goes when he's under pressure. And this is just preaching. This is just saying, hey, God did it like this, and this is the way God did it. Is there any reason to believe that? Like, all he's doing is making a bunch of claims that he can't back up right now. That's all he's doing. And he's actually contributing to the problem of evil, because you would then have to say, hey, it is a good thing that happened to your children. It's necessarily good because God, who is all good, did it. Is it a good thing? Are you going to tell their mother it was a good thing? Are you going to tell somebody that lost their child that it's a good thing? Of course you won't. Of course
I don't
you
know.
won't.
I've heard preachers do that. That's one of the reasons I don't really hang out with the other ministers in my area, because they will say shit like, oh, well, it's true your child has passed away from a terrible wasting sickness that starts with a C. But you see, not only are they in a better place, but it's made your life more holy because of the suffering you've endured. You've come to appreciate your own life more. And really, it's a gift that God, brought this horrible sickness upon your family. It's because he loves you so much. Yeah.
And sort of so like a ridiculous amount of babies die each year from malaria. And you've got to ask, well, why? What development, what good does it serve? And is that a good thing? Of course it's not. But if you do say, hey, no, it's good, it's a gift because suffering makes you holy and does all of these things, then why do we try to cure these diseases?
10,000 children die every day from starvation, which is one of the most painful ways to go, one might add. This God, according to the holy book, which contains all the truth and all the he can just make mana. He can just boop, there it is. There's food. You won't starve. Now, sure, it's not lobster, it's not swordfish, it's not caviar,
but they wouldn't die.
And when you're starving, fucking leather boots start to look tasty.
Now, the real question is there a solution? And the amazing message of the gospel of Jesus Christ is God loves us so much that he provides the ultimate solution, forgiveness and eternal life in heaven, where there will be no more suffering, no more death.
Or we could just admit that the God doesn't exist, or even if you want to be a deist, God doesn't care about us and doesn't care if we live or die, and cure it ourselves. Like we have so many illnesses, like leprosy isn't around anymore because of penicillin and modern medicine. God didn't give that to us. We had to painstakingly research it for ourselves. Why didn't God have how to make penicillin in the Bible? Do you know the amount of suffering that would have alleviated? Do you know how many people would be alive today if that was in the Bible? But it isn't, because God, A, doesn't care, or B, more likely, doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's almost like the people who wrote it were limited to the knowledge they had available at the time and weren't getting Cliff notes from the great beyond. But Cliff accidentally raises another problem. If all of this suffering is a result of the sin caused by the free will choices of the first humans, first of all, if I were to run around on a murder spree, kill a bunch of people, I kill Cliff and Stewart and James, and then Phil, being a fair-minded judge, decides Mark should go to jail for that. Mark needs to be punished for what I did. Obviously, that would not be justice. But yet, here we are living in a world where every single one of you hearing my voice right now are supposed to live in a lifelong sentence of suffering because of what somebody who lived 6,000 years ago supposedly did.
Oh,
justice,
thanks, Rabbit. If these guys are really annoying you, I can certainly shut them up for a while. I think that sort of preaching and sort of disrupting the chat is definitely not allowed. So oh, you're gonna call me a hero? That's great. That's fantastic.
I think he's referring to Cliff and Stewart.
Oh,
the people in the chat certainly wouldn't qualify as apologists. I don't think.
Yeah, maybe.
My goodness.
But yeah,
my goodness.
please calm it down in the chat. Like seriously. Okay, yeah, that'll do it. Let's just give you a little timeout there. I think once you're shouting in chat, you can. Yeah. Just watch out. This is coming. This is coming.
Yeah,
this is coming.
Little break to simmer down and things.
Yep. Just a timeout. Just a timeout, Maverick. Just settle down.
Now, what's yours?
Yeah, this isn't the place that you. This is a place you come to have reasonable discussions, not preaching, not yelling in the chat. Be civil. Understand that your belief in your God gets you no special privileges here. You don't get to say whatever you want. This is my chat and mine alone. Maybe my wife's. I got to admit.
Solution to the very real problem of animal suffering, of human suffering. And you guys, if you're going to be honest, you know you have no solution other than despair. Because poor suckers get born at the wrong time in the wrong place. It's just fate, destiny, and chance.
Okay, so this is an appeal to consequence, as I was mentioning earlier. He's basically saying, well, if all of this suffering happens and there's nothing to alleviate it or a heaven afterwards to make you feel better, then all of it seems to be for nothing to me. That's not an argument for that thing not existing. It's like sort of saying, hey, if there's sharks in the ocean, then when you go swimming, you might be torn apart by an animal. Well, yeah. Just because the consequences of something are negative doesn't mean that that is not true. We don't think like that. But this is wishful thinking, and that's all it is.
Hey, I keep believing that I'm going to win the lottery because it would be really good if I won the lottery.
Yeah.
It hasn't worked yet, but it's sure to at some point.
Well, people get themselves into trouble like that. They convince themselves they're going to win the lottery and spend everything they have, and they don't. What you wish is true is confirmation bias. It's not an argument for things. It's an argument for what you want to be true, which is useless. Because I want a lot of things to be true, but they're not. And this is where I sort of say that this is a problem, that people can't accept the reality.
And why don't you try and be honest about how you have to work through the despair and the meaninglessness of life in light of the fact that there is no God?
Yeah, I take great solace in others and helping others. I think the only way that humans can ever succeed is via cooperation. And it's kind of comforting to know that whatever suffering occurs in my life, I enjoy the good, I work through the bad, and it won't last forever.
Yeah, Cliff's
it's
jumping.
finite.
He's doing that black and white thinking thing that we often see from theists who aren't so good at thinking. He's saying if there is no God, automatically despair and futility.
Yeah.
No, that's not. It
No.
doesn't. It's not an entailment. You know, we all find, whether you believe in a God or not, we all find purpose and meaning and joy in our own ways. Even if you believe there's a God, you're still gonna do the things that make you happy. Maybe that's worshiping the God, maybe that's knitting sweaters.
Maybe.
You know,
And good
whatever.
luck to you. Yeah, absolutely. And here's the thing, it's kind of like he is so invested in this idea, he cannot understand how anybody could have any purpose in life without a God. I'm really sorry, but just because you believe that, Cliff, that you would have no purpose without a God, doesn't mean that everybody else does. We have things that give our life purpose, and they're not God. It's just this really narrow view that, oh, there's only one thing that can give you purpose in life. No. I know your religion says that, but we have a lot of evidence to demonstrate that is not the case. All of these people running around with vastly different purposes, trying to do vastly different things and help communities and, you know, watch their children grow up and provide for their friends and families and all of this kind of stuff. Like, they're all running. I find it kind of cool that we're all running around helping one another. Like, it's just, you know, it's life. I don't need a God, don't want a God, have no purpose for it, and no one's shown me evidence that it exists. So I just go through and I do what I want to do, which is helping people. Makes me feel good. Do I need a better reason? Oh, it's all useless because everything will end. Yeah, my car eventually will stop working. That doesn't mean it's not useful now. So what?
Okay, so I think I just want to point out something. I think you've misunderstood the problem. The problem is one of internal inconsistency, right? Either you have to bite the bullet and say the suffering of innocence is okay, or you agree it's not okay, and then you have to explain how all this suffering is allowed. Now, to the question that Cliff pointed out, and he said, well, humans told God to take a hike. Animals have been suffering for hundreds of millions of years before humans existed. The other point that you need to take account of is that evolution, mass catastrophes like the KT event that wiped out the dinosaurs, these are the engines of how we got here. So if you're going to blame it on Lucifer, if you're going to blame it on him, that makes him the author of our creation, because had these events not happened, had evolution not worked the way it did, we wouldn't be here. So these are the engines of our creation. This is why so many, theists, they say we accept evolution. That's how God used These are the means that God used to get to us. But these are incredibly violent means. So either you say Lucifer is responsible, but that means he's the author of our creation, or you have to say, well, no, it was Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, but that doesn't answer the question of hundreds of millions of years of animal suffering before.
None of this applies to animals.
Of course, in communication. I never said it was Lucifer's fault. I never said it was Adam and Eve's fault. I said there are consequences to created beings flipping God off and telling God to get lost. It's not the devil's fault. It's not Adam and Eve's fault. It is a consequence of created beings choosing to live their life separate from God.
And that does not answer why animals have been suffering for millions of years before humans came along. He just ignores the question.
Mm-hmm.
He just ignores it and answers something else. It's incredible. He could at least go, hey, as an extension of human will, the animals were created by for humans, so they share humans' punishment, and we're responsible for it because we're such fallen. You know, he could have made up some bullcrap, and he didn't. He just ignores it. Cliff, make something up. God, even a made-up answer would be better than him dodging like he is. It really annoys me.
So I don't blame devil.
So which created beings are we talking about? Which ones? Sorry. Which ones are we talking about?
What I said.
Which ones are we talking about, Cliff? Sorry. Which created beings? If it's not Lucifer, it's not Adam and Eve, who are we talking about?
Obviously, there are also demons who rebelled against God, the demonic.
Sure.
Well, there were angels at the time. Sure.
When you're out of options, just throw out demons. It's the demons. Curse you, demon. You know what? That's demonist. That is demonist.
Are we concerning ourselves with demon suffering? Do we care if demons are suffering? Is this something we care about? I don't know. I'm very confused. Okay, so it's the demon's fault that these animals are suffering. Can someone call Peter on the demons, please? I really think they deserve one another, quite frankly. What? I've never heard anything like it. Where in the Bible does it say that the demons hate animals and abuse them? Especially when God gave the order to slaughter all of them. Maybe that was demons.
Maybe it was.
Maybe
Yahweh is a demon.
Blasphemy. I love it.
It's their fault. That would... Like Phil's question is specifically the suffering of non-human animals before Homo sapiens arrived on the scene. So say, 450,000 years ago, an animal suffering. Why? Who is it that rebelled that bring this about?
I do not know. What I do know is
No, I'm sorry. You're not allowed to not know. Come on, dude. What is this?
Consequence of free, autonomous individuals rebelling against God is chaos, unfairness, injustice fills the gap.
That comes later, because that's when humans come on the scene. But we're talking about whether we would expect to find, before humans even arrive on the scene, let alone afterwards, billions of years of suffering and death and destruction with no human.
Yeah, what did the dinosaurs do to deserve an asteroid falling on them? Can we answer that one? I mean, they must have. I mean, some died instantly, sure, but in the sort of artificial winter that followed from either the asteroid. That would be a meteorite. I'm sorry, it did hit the ground. A meteorite.
It sure did.
It sure did, and how? That would have caused a winter, which would have caused most of them to slowly die out through the lack of food and things like that, and the lowering of temperature. Horrible ways to die. What did they do?
Well, Mark, they didn't believe in Jesus.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
Beings, no Adam and Eve, no even like moral agents to do this kind of stuff. Like the only options available are that somehow these animals are responsible for rebelling against God in some way, or there's some kind of pre-human existing demons or Lucifer, in which case you would be blaming it on them, or the answer is you simply don't know, in which case sounds again like a bit of an appeal to agnosticism.
That's baloney. That's not an appeal to agnosticism. It's instead a simple, humble statement.
How? Agnosticism is literally when you don't know, Cliff. I love how the definition of the word agnosticism has changed from when he leveraged it against Alex to it's different now that he's using the same terminology. This is insane. This is insane. It's not an appeal to agnosticism. It's a statement of honesty, of your agnosticism in regards to why animals suffer. What is this?
That I really don't know. And for
That's what I
anybody
said
to argue
earlier.
that they've got all the answers to all the difficult questions is the height of human arrogance.
Hey,
Now,
well,
obviously,
hold on. I'm so sorry.
I have
I'm
a
so
problem
sorry.
with, you have still not faced the impossibility of agnosticism when it comes to meaning and purpose in life, the value of a human life, ethics, and life after death. And you intentionally evade it. And I don't blame you, Alex. I'd do the same thing if I was sitting in your chair. But you still are going to have to put your head on your pillow tonight, and you're going to have to acknowledge
Oh, look at this manipulation. We see it all the time from creationists who are like in the chat saying, oh, you're going to have to, lay down to sleep and know there's no God and, suffer with the knowledge that, you will go to hell. And come on, dude, what are you talking about? You're trying to implant an idea. You're basically trying to do a inception something into him. This is crude and really bad. This is really bad.
First of all, bold of anyone to assume that I ever get any sleep. But
right,
second,
yeah, okay.
I certainly, as soon as my head hits the pillow, my first thought is of all the gods I don't believe in, one by one, I count them like sheep, to help me get to sleep faster. There's Yahweh, and there's Vishnu, and there's Mithra, Ahura Mazda.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All the Norse ones, all the Greek ones, there's an
sure.
endless amount of gods. And just by sheer coincidence, the culture you were raised in and the people that raised you just happen to stumble on the right one, even though you have no more evidence for your God than any of the other ones have for theirs. Lucky
in some
you.
ways, considerably less. Like, the Mithrists, for example, can demonstrate the sun exists. Not so much the magic powers.
Lightning. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a pretty highly motivated guy. I wouldn't have gotten the education at Oxford that I have. I wouldn't work as hard as I do at being rational and logical. You are living for...
This is crude and manipulative. This is crude and manipulative. It really is trying to suggest ideas to him. Like, when you lay your head down, you know that God would... Come on, dude. This is D-level preacher stuff. Come on, Cliff. Seriously? What are you doing?
He's being rational and logical.
Oh, yeah. Rational and logical.
For something. You have confidence in someone, Alex. Now, come on. Just be honest with me and tell me where your confidence, your faith is.
Well, that does not answer... Hang on.
I have a few things to say.
Hang on, Alex. Hang on.
Yeah, and he's doing it to get out of answering questions. Nice pick up by Phil there. Yeah, he doesn't want to answer the question, so he's just... I mean, he basically said, I don't know. Then I don't know is not agnostic. And then when you lay your head down at night, you're going to know that something... Get out of here, man. Like, this is the worst debate tactics I've seen. I've seen, like, people... A 20th of Cliff's popularity do way better than this. This is horrible. It would be like me going, hey, Cliff, but when you lay your head down at night, you know you're not going to heaven. You know there is no God, right? You know that it's all in your head and you're just talking with yourself.
I think he does do that, though. I think a big part of the reason he makes the arguments he does in the way he does is because of his own projection. He does, on some level, know it's bullshit, and it terrifies him.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I wouldn't claim to know what somebody thinks, especially in the wee hours or whatever. I wouldn't make that claim. I just wouldn't. Because it's all it is trying to suggest to somebody what you want to think. It's crude, it's ugly, it's a horrible psychological technique that just isn't. Of course, it's not going to work. He just wants he's just appealing to the audience on, he really believes. Get out of here, Cliff. Seriously.
Yeah, no, Phil's calling it out correctly. And sometimes this is a tactic that you do need to know in debates. Sometimes you have to just reject everything they said. No. Answer the damn question, Claire.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's like a twofold strategy kind of thing that Cliff is using here. Because even if he gets caught with the emotional manipulation and the other nonsense, well, that's fine, because now you're talking about that instead of the fact he didn't answer the question.
Doesn't answer the question, right? We asked you who was responsible. Then you said demons. And the problem that I faced,
Not say that.
the problem that I brought up is going to be exactly the same. That makes then demons the authors of our creation, because as I said, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the evolutionary process. Unless you want to deny evolution, I mean, feel free to do that if you wish. But then you...
Oh, no, Cliff won't go there because he thinks that Christianity is in line with the latest scientific, advancements. So he's not going to do that. And I think Phil knows it. But this is an excellent line of argumentation by Phil. Whatever caused all the animals to suffer leading up to the development of humans is necessarily what created us. In fact, that meteor they referenced that killed all the dinosaurs, without that, humans would not be here. It was only because of that event that burrowing mammals got their time to shine in that aftermath of that event. So if demons did that, then thanks, demons. Wouldn't be here without you.
Yay, demons.
Yay.
You're going to have more mountains of scientific evidence against you, right? So as long as you accept the scientific evidence, then these processes are how we got here. So whether you say it's Adam and Eve, whether you say it's the devil, whether you say it's demons, you're going to be faced with exactly the same problem, Cliff.
False. You have not listened carefully to me. What I have said is God created free, autonomous individuals to live in harmony, in love with him. When we rebel against him, there are consequences that we never imagined. Adam and Eve never imagined. Lucifer never imagined. I never imagined.
But before that,
I rebel against God.
Before that, animals were
there are
suffering.
amazing consequences that happen. And God created a good world. And when created beings rebelled against him, the consequences were horrific.
Do you know what redundancy is in design? Do you know what that phrase?
It was the cyanobacteria that rebelled against God somehow.
I don't know.
They must have, right? Because remember, the original atmosphere of the Earth was like heavy in carbon dioxide and other toxic chemicals. It was vaguely orange-ish. The world that God made that he thought was good, well, the freaking cyanobacteria had other ideas. They rebelled against creation as is, and they decided to create this fallen world full of oxygen and a blue sky and shit. And everything that's gone wrong since is entirely their fault. They rebelled against their creator and fucked up the planet. And now here we are, overgrown jellyfish talking on the internet. It all makes sense.
He's sort of putting the chain of events in the wrong order. He's sort of saying, hey, humans existed first and rebelled, and that caused the suffering from the animals. But he's not understanding that they're saying, hey, either you acknowledge that animals suffered before humans were even around, or you reject evolutionary theory. One of the two has to be true. Those two things cannot coincide with one another. So, but he's not answering it. He's just basically saying, hey, it was the fall that did it. But then why did animals suffer before the fall? Well, it's the fall that did it. How does that work?
God is not bound by time.
Hey, well, he could say, hey, God knew that humans would do the fall, so he punished animals ahead of time. But that would open up more problems. Like, why punish the animals up until then? Like, what's the point? Humans don't know about it. We're not there. We're not affected by it. We're not even know that these animals exist. Why do it? So the position they're in is so bad, but his response is even worse. It's don't answer the questions if you get stuck. Wow.
This means
No, I don't.
Okay, so redundancy means you plan for bad things happening. So one of my hobbies is skydiving. And if our main parachute doesn't work, guess what? We have a reserve parachute. I have a backup for my altimeter, an audible altimeter, in case that doesn't work.
Good.
Right?
I'm glad to hear that.
You build in redundancy into a system. My friend is a pilot. They have multiple backups in case things go wrong. Isn't it bad design for God to design a world that is so fragile that if a few creatures rebel, hundreds of millions, no, billions, probably trillions of animals are suffering? Isn't that bad design? Isn't that a lack of redundancy? No engineer would do that.
Also,
I'm beginning to... In order to love, we have to have a free will. If we have no free will, love is impossible. And when God creates us with a free will to love, he is obviously taking a limited risk. And the limited risk is that we will choose not to love, we will choose to.
I'm not even sure you can choose to love who you love.
I was just
thinking that.
I don't think that's a choice either.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've got ex-girlfriends that, you know, I still love and loved at the time. I don't think they're right for me, and a terrible relationship if that am, but you know, I don't think I chose to love them. You know, like I just went, oh, I'm going to love this person. Oh, there it is. I don't think that's how love works.
Yeah, I've tried that a couple of times. I've been in relationships with people, and I'm like, I really want to feel that strong connection with this person.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's just not there.
Well, a better question is, can you choose to love your kids? Go ahead. I don't think that's possible.
I don't know. Maybe it's one of those things that varies from human to human. You know, the same way some people say that, you know, being gay is a choice or being straight is a choice. It turns out not always. I'm sure some people are just confused and foolish about these things, but a huge chunk of those people are closeted bisexuals. For them, it actually is a choice, and they assume that's true for everyone.
But they don't choose to be attracted to both men and women. That's the thing. Like, it's not like that's what they choose. They just choose, you know, whichever one at the time, kind of thing. I think you're sort of equivocating what we mean by choice there.
Yeah. It's a matter of practice versus your own nature. But the point is, what I'm alluding to is there may be some people who have a different emotional neurology, if that makes sense, and for them
maybe
it is a choice. I love this person, boop, it's turned on. Or the people who kick their kids out of the house for, you know, talking back, like the Bible says, take them out and stone them or whatever, they're fine with it because they're able to just turn it off. Maybe there's people who can do that. Sounds like
a little bit sort of you know, psychopathy to me, but you know, who knows? I could be weird. I am neurospicy. I definitely am neurodivergent. So that is thingo. Yeah, I don't care what they say about sexuality. They don't study it. They're just people with a book. I really don't care. I will listen to doctors and medical professionals, not some idiot with a book. You know, it's not like I'm going for sexuality advice from, you know, guy carrying Harry Potter. It doesn't really interest me.
To hate and be apathetic, and there are horrible consequences to that. But the cross of Jesus Christ is a clear statement that God has provided the solution. God has provided the solution: forgiveness, reconciliation with him, with each other, and eternal life. And you guys are looking a gift horse in the face when you reject Christ.
Yeah, this is preaching, just preaching. He's not presenting anything. He's not making arguments. He's just stating claims, and that's what preaching is. It's saying, hey, my book says, or this is the case that a God does this. We're not interested in what you believe, Cliff. What we're interested in what you can demonstrate or present as an argument. That's what a debate is. This isn't your sermon. This isn't you out on the street. This is a debate. What a terrible performance from this man. Like, seriously.
Christ. He's the best solution that there is to this horrible problem of animal suffering, human suffering, death of all of us. You're right. It's a real painful issue. Christ, death and resurrection is the most amazing solution to this problem. There's no better one. And I love that you guys are taking animals so seriously. It's almost like you're appealing to this type of outrage again, but your desire to look at animals like they have souls. I mean, what is a soul? What is a self? Human beings have them. The reason why we were created in God's image, and that type of worldview spread throughout the entire world. And now all of a sudden, slaves, kids, women, people of other ethnicities, all of a sudden had worth. That came from the biblical God, no other God, definitely not atheist.
What?
How do you know, though?
He's basically saying until the biblical God came along, nobody valued anybody else. It was just when the Bible came along and God told his favorite people to slaughter a whole bunch of other people. That's when they knew people were valuable. Before that, it was just nobody cared about anybody. This is ridiculous.
After all, that's why the Egyptians were completely unmoved by the Passover event that caused the deaths of their firstborns. They didn't care about their own children, so that's why the preceding 9 plagues were necessary. And that last one, it was just, well, God knew it wouldn't work. That's why he did it last.
And the Egyptians just, they somehow made a civilization while having no order or laws or anything like it, even though we've found their orders and laws and their sort of guidelines for building. What are you talking about? This is sort of just claiming morality for a god. Like, moral systems only exist because of Christianity. Oh, get out of here, man. Like, the earliest moral system is the Code of Ur-Namma. It comes from frigging Babylon, I think. And even the Codex of God's sake,
Hammurabi.
It predates the Bible. So what the hell?
And those are just the written ones.
Yeah.
I mean, we have stuff from the dawn of writing describing stuff as being an ancient tradition at that time.
Oh, Sumerian was the code of Ur-Nammu. It was Sumerian. Predates the Bible. Sorry. This is just a bad claim.
Or anything of the sort. So I love that you guys are talking about animals and valuing them so much. But
I need to jump in here. I need to jump in here. Listen,
we are
here in the US, just last point. Here in the US,
really
37% of people say that they would save the life of their dog before a stranger.
Yeah. Yeah. The dog's part of their family. The stranger isn't. It's completely understood.
Yeah, humans will pack bond with anything.
Right. We have demarcations around who we value, but mostly dependent on, like we will care more about our close family than we will about our extended family. We'll care more about our extended family more than strangers. We'll care more about strangers in our country than people in other. This is just tribalism from humans. But when we adopt a dog and we care for it and it's close to us, sometimes people value that dog over a stranger. It's not this mysterious thing. I personally would care more about the stranger than would my pet. I probably would. It would be hard, but I think I would. I think I'd prioritize humans from my particular philosophy. But I understand why people would preference their animals. I totally get it. I get it. It would be incredibly hard. But would you rescue your pet or a baby of a stranger's? I think I would rescue the baby. And there's really good reasons for that, mostly in our own species survival. But, this whole thing of, I don't know where he's going with this. It seems like he's just trying to fill time until it mercifully ends for him.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Jay. Good to see you.
Oh, yeah. And there's quite a lot to say.
No, Jay, I just keep distracting us with tangents, mate. Let's be honest here. Yeah, see, Maya knows what's up. Yeah, I gotta finish this, and it seems like it's wrapping up anyway. So, sorry, Jay, you've come in just for us to sort of wrap up, but that's okay.
Okay, that is pretty scary, and yet it's appealing to now. Okay, my animal has this incredible worth.
Where is this word coming from? If they're just chemicals, if they're just a form of different fur and bones, why do I care so much? You shouldn't care. From your
very quickly. Very quickly. I know Alex wants to jump in really quick. The idea that animals have moral worth goes back to Christianity. I'm sorry, have you not heard of Jainism? They have as a simple, one of the most basic principles. No.
Phil, are you even listening to the moderator? I mean, Phil's been great. He's been really good, but this is like, dude, you've got to cede to the moderator. Sorry, you just do. You know, you might not like it. I've been there plenty of times. I've wanted to say something, and the moderator says, "Yeah, no, I have to talk." That's what you've agreed to. Come on, buddy.
Violence of living beings. Have you heard of Motzi?
Yeah, we don't
have you heard of Motzi?
Either of them. No? Just like Augustine you brought up earlier.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that you're not understanding the point. Hold on. I have to speak here. I have to speak. Otherwise, you know, I don't want to just be a potted plant, as has been said.
Sorry about that. Look, okay, one. Of course, pardon my interruption.
I'm sorry.
Okay, one moment, as I want to quickly mention, I was muted on Zoom, so Phil was not ignoring me. He just
okay, there we go.
But
all right. Fair enough. I stand corrected, Phil. You're fine. All right. Sorry, you're muted on Zoom. Yep, gotcha. Okay. No, that's my fault. I just jumped to that conclusion
60 seconds ago without realizing I'm muted still. I want to give Alex a chance to respond, and then Skyphil, and then Phil, and then we'll go into Q&A. So got about 2 minutes or so. Alex, the floor is all yours.
Look, man, this is getting kind of ludicrous. I mean, Phil just said a second ago, you said that the care about animals comes from Christianity. Phil said, have you heard of Jainism? He said, well, I don't believe in Jainism. Of course you don't believe in Jainism. What Phil is saying is not that Jainism is true. Phil is saying that Jainism already cared about animals outside of and before Christianity. Yes. That's what he's saying, undermining your claim.
And Hinduism existed before Christianity, and that thought cows were sacred. Still do. So the idea that people only cared about animals because of Christianity is demonstrably wrong.
The care for animals can only come from Christianity. Of course, you don't buy into Jainism, but it undermines the point that the care about animals can only come from Christianity because we have evidence of a world religion that believes in that cares about animals without and outside of Christianity. Second point, you might not know what redundancy is in planning, but it seems like you know what redundancy is in argumentation. Every single time that Phil has brought up.
Wow. Yep. Nice.
Point of non-human animal suffering before the fall of man. I'm going to underline that. I'm going to quote it again. I'm going to put it in bold. Before the fall of man. The answer has been, there are consequences to human creatures who rebel against God. Fine. But before that occurred, before any human being had even set foot on the planet, there were billions of years of animals suffering. This cannot be explained with reference to some mysterious consequence for some rebellious mythical human beings who apparently existed in some garden, or perhaps are a mythological representation of the first proper Homo sapiens who ever walked the planet. Billions of years before they even set foot on the planet, there was already suffering. You cannot say that suffering is a result of a consequence of human sin. That is what has been said every single time we put this question up, but we still have not had an answer to why animals, again, underline, bold, before the original sin of human beings was suffering and dying in their brutal manners. Thirdly, earlier, and this was a while ago, Cliff said to me that I was being intellectually dishonest. He said that I was acting intellectually dishonestly, or that he sort of didn't believe what I was saying, or something like that. I may be wrong. I may be incorrect. What I'm saying may be entirely stupid, but I cannot have it said that I'm not arguing honestly here. I'm telling you what I believe, and I'm telling you what I don't know. You said, and I will quote you as best I can. I will quote you as best I can. You said that claiming to have the answer to the biggest questions of the universe is the height of intellectual arrogance. You then told me that me saying I don't know the answer to the most fundamental, foundational question of human existence is an impossible option. And that when you didn't know an answer to a question, that was called basic humility. Well, I agree with you. You don't know. I don't know. There are many things that we do not know. It is not me who claims to have the ultimate answer to these questions.
Yes,
it is
correct.
You and your worldview. I cannot have it said that agnosticism is not a response, or that I'm somehow evading the questions. Tell me that I'm wrong, fine. Tell me that I'm stupid, fine. Tell me that I'm not understanding your question. Maybe I'm answering the wrong question because I've misheard you. But to say that I'm intentionally evading your question because of some kind of fault in my worldview.
And the irony is that Cliff has evaded every single question. Cliff and Stuart desperately attempt to evade every question they were asked.
Oh, for sure. And the topic of the debate, and they're claiming to have that
right.
ultimate knowledge that Cliff
Yes.
says is the highest form of arrogance.
Yes.
Like, just demonstrate your God, my guy. Like, but you've got him. Just pull back the curtain. Be like, whoop, there he is. Do you believe it? That's what you're supposed to be doing here. And we're on a sidetrack of a sidetrack of a sidetrack. The trolley can't even find the lever anymore.
Is an attack on my character that I just can't let stand, because I strive and pride myself on my ability to honestly engage with the questions that people are answering and honestly tell them that I don't know when I don't know. But I really, really want to hear an answer to this question of why non-human animals were suffering.
You're not
one
going
more
to
time,
get
I'll
it,
underline it.
Alex, I'm sorry,
before any human being performed any kind of rebellious action that could have consequences on the planet.
I said so clearly. I don't
do this. I want to give you a chance to respond, Cliff, but that was my hope, was that rather than going into another question, we go into the Q&A. I can give you a really quick chance to respond, Cliff, since the question was nonetheless asked. I do want to see, Phil, if you had any last points you wanted to make. I think that you earlier wanted to say something. I'm not sure you got to.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly say, Motzi was a Chinese philosopher who lived around 400 BC, and he defended a concept of universal love. So this idea that, the moral concern we have for others comes from Christianity, it is just false. It is wrong.
Yeah.
All right, so Stuart and I got to take a course in communication because we have miscommunicated. I'm sorry for that. Alex, my whole point has been there were created beings before Adam and Eve who rebelled against God. In the first couple of verses of Genesis, you realize there was chaos.
What? There was created beings before Adam. Is he talking about Nephilim, maybe?
Well, depending on which version of the mythology you buy into, God created the angels, Lucifer rebelled, and then later God created the garden. In fact, this is one of the things that some very esoteric theologians fight about. Humans could not have committed the original sin because Lucifer already rebelled against God. And that's the whole thing about sin, is a rejection of God's will, going against what God wants. So if Lucifer did that, then the world was pre-fallen before let there be light was even uttered.
Okay. So then why are we being punished if we weren't the original? Okay.
And the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. Something was wrong before the creation of Adam and Eve.
But then he pronounced it good. That doesn't make any sense, because that, like, hovering over the waters was at the start, right? The Spirit of God moved on the face of the waters. Tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's Genesis 1.
Yeah, and then, like, he made everything and said it was good. I am so confused now. I have so many more questions.
His work was good, but he made it. We could get into a really long discussion about that.
I don't think I want to. Holy crap!
But remember, the waters pre-existed God hovering over the face of them. So the creation he's creating into the chaos, that chaos is already corrupted. So whatever comes out of it, God's work can be good, but it's made of corrupt material. So it's gonna be corrupted.
But didn't he? Yeah. And God created great wheels, every living that moves through the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, then every winged fowl after his kind. And God saw that it was good. God made the beast of the earth after his kind, the cattle after their kind, and everything that creeps upon the earth after his kind, and God saw that it was good.
When you create order out of chaos, it's still made out of chaos.
Okay, this seems like some weird apologetics to me. I don't understand.
Oh yeah, Cliff is all but
something that's chaos, and then you say, "Hey, God says that is good, but something had already sinned, so it needs to be punished." But it was good. It was good until the fall. I am so...
Yeah, Cliff is double dealing his own apologetics, but he doesn't care that the fact that it's pre-corrupted before creation even starts, it doesn't matter because we're still not talking about whether that God even exists. So from his perspective, however, whether he gets caught doing it or not doesn't matter. He's managed to never address the point of the debate. And to him, that's a win. Not questioning your beliefs equals confirmation to Cliff.
That is not a win. This has been terrible from start to finish.
All right. So it's not an issue of it all came apart because of Adam and Eve. I think it all came apart long before Adam and Eve. Because created beings like Lucifer, like the demons, rebelled against God. Second point, Alex, I am not making a statement about your character. I am making a statement instead that it is impossible to be agnostic about the question of human value, human meaning, morality, and life after death because you have to live life. Because you have to live life, you have no choice. But to answer the question, the person I'm talking to, do they have value or not? Do I have value or not? You can't evade that. You have to answer that.
Why? And what do you mean? And okay, so I've got three questions. Why do you have to answer that? What do you mean by value? Do you mean intrinsic value? Do you mean subjective value to me? Do you mean value to society? What do you mean by that? And three, why are you so angry? It's very weird. Very weird.
Because how you treat that person is based on whether you view them as being valuable or not valuable. You have no choice but to figure out what's the meaning of my life. Because you have to set an agenda, a schedule for today, tomorrow, next week.
So none of this follows of why you can't be agnostic on any subject at all. None of this follows. I don't understand. I don't understand how that follows. Like, you don't need to have an opinion on God to make a schedule for the next day. What are you talking about? Plenty of agnostic people make schedules for the next day. What is he saying? I'm so confused.
And those decisions that you make about your schedule show your priorities, show your ambition in life. Thirdly, you have no choice, Alex. This is not a question of me attacking your character. It's a simple statement, Alex. You have to live life. And the way you live your life ethically.
This is just preaching. This is just preaching. You have to have some kind of determination in order to live your life. I don't see why that follows. You can't be agnostic on the question of a God because you have to live your life. Guess what, Cliff? You don't even have to consider the problem of a God to live your life. That's the dirty secret. There's people I know that they don't even think about it. It doesn't impact them in any way, shape, or form. They don't have these conversations. They literally don't care to have these conversations. They don't give a shit. And they live their lives just fine. That's the dirty secret. It's not just that you can be agnostic and say, I don't know. You don't even have to consider the question. Isn't that funny?
Yeah. Nobody needs to address it. In fact, speaking only for myself, I don't actually even give a fuck. I haven't been given any reason to care whether this God is real or not, or what Cliff believes, except for the fact that people like Cliff like to tell other people how they have to live based on these beliefs.
Yeah. Well, that's more concerning to me, but some people don't even get into that. Like, I mean, in Australia, you can live your entire life and not even really engage with a Christian on religion at all. It's sort of, society holds it to be a kind of private thing that, you kind of don't leverage on other people. So you can go through your whole life and just not have those conversations, and they do perfectly fine. Sorry you don't like it, Cliff. Accept it. There's igtheists who don't think that the concept of a God is even meaningful. They don't think about it at all.
Shows what you believe. I'm sorry. Your actions are based on thought. They're based on a worldview. That's all I'm saying, Alex. And I'm sorry, Alex, it's not an attack on your character. You have to go to funerals. And you have to decide, is there life after death?
Oh, God, we've heard this before, Cliff. You said this exact thing before. Just because you go to funerals doesn't mean that you have to have a position on God. It does not follow. That is a non sequitur.
Muslims go to Christian funerals. Christians go to Buddhist funerals. You don't. This isn't.
I'm sure Christians
unnecessary
go
thing.
to secular atheist ceremonies for funerals. Like, come on, dude. This is not. This isn't hard. It's just, if you're not like, I don't mean to attack you as he's yelling at him. Like, come on, Cliff. Just seriously, dude. What the hell?
Or not. You cannot just say I'm agnostic because the dead body is there. The question is, are you going to see that person or not? So that's all I meant, Alex. This is no attack on your character. Alex, I love you. I like you. You're a great guy. I love talking with you. But agnosticism is impossible when it comes to those fundamental 4 issues I've pointed out to you, because you have to live life. That's all I meant.
No, it's just making crap up. Oh, there's 4 things I've pointed out, and you can't be agnostic on any of them. Is there a God? Is there life after death? Do humans have value? And quite frankly, I've forgotten the last one because I think this is all just absolute crap. Like, what in your weird ass angry mind makes you think that these 4 questions, you have any authority to decide that these 4 questions are the ones that you can't be agnostic about? And you can't just say, hey, because you've got to live your life. Yeah, I can live my life without thinking about God in any way. Guess what? My life still goes onwards.
Mm-hmm. And in fact, the earliest humans, to the best of our ability to reconstruct paleohistory, did exactly that. Sure, sometimes a tribe would come up with a superstition, possibly, give some supernatural weight to the water spirits or the ancestors watching over you, but they didn't really think about gods for quite some time.
I like you too, for what it's worth. And the only quarrel I had in terms of a character attack was saying that I was intentionally evading the question. I don't believe that that's what I was doing. Maybe I was unintentionally evading the question. Maybe I didn't understand what you were asking me. But to say that I was intentionally evading...
Oh, Cliff, take the plank out of your eyes before you point out the speck in someone else's, I believe is the phraseology from one of the versions of the Bible. I think it's log in some versions. But yeah, it's basically saying, hey, look at your own behavior and the incredible amount of hypocrisy that you are doing before you bring somebody else up on it. And if I was to leverage, and I think quite rightly so, that Cliff and Stuart dodged every possible question they could. I think it's actually shocking that they told Alex he was dodging questions by saying, I don't know if there's life after death. I think that's more than reasonable. To the best of my knowledge, Alex hasn't died.
I do believe you may be correct. I mean, assuming you can trust your empirical senses and shit.
Well, it's not just he's shifting the burden of proof. He's trying to force Alex to have a position he can shift the burden of proof onto. Which is wild. I don't think I've ever seen that in a debate before. Like when someone says, well, I don't know if there's life after death, and you're claiming to know. This is the thing. Cliff is claiming to know. But instead of actually showing that Alex should know because he is correct, he's like, no, you've got to take a position on this so I can show that you're wrong about it. What are you doing, my guy? Wow.
That would be an interesting path they could have taken is for Alex or Phil to say, okay, you believe you must have absolute knowledge about what happens after you die. What knowledge do you have and how did you arrive at it?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I think that Cliff basically saying that he's not allowed to say, I don't know, is ridiculous. I mean, this is, look, I didn't have a huge opinion of Cliff, but mostly because he got so damn angry all the time. But quite frankly, this was absolutely abysmal. What are you doing? I have a much lower opinion of Cliff than I did couple of days ago, and even Stuart wasn't very good. His sort of objections, like, well, I didn't bring that up in the intro, so you can't attack my point because I didn't make it in the introduction. My dude, what are you talking about? You brought it up as a point. You opened the door. It's fair game. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
This isn't a formal debate where you're restricted to only addressing what your opponent said in the previous round. They did an open crosstalk section.
Well, even if it was, like, you wouldn't be able to bring up another point that you didn't specifically go into in your introduction. So in actual fact, you would have been the person sort of violating the terms of the debate. And if it was a real debate, you would have brought it up in one of your rebuttals, and then the other side would have said, hey, you said this. This is the rebuttal to that point. And they would have brought it up then. The fact that you're in open discussion just means that you do it at the same time. Like, Stuart, what the hell? Now, I know you didn't like the point, but to say, oh, no, he's offside. What? Yeah, this has been wild. Anyway, I think that's about it. They've sort of winded down. They're just going to go to questions. So, what did you think, Ems? What did you think all up? Give me your deepest and most meaningfulest thoughts. I don't know if that's a word. It is now.
Sure. I mean, if Shakespeare can invent words, why the fuck can't we?
Hey, I invented a word the other day. It was about a Australian spiritualist who thought that, like, he could cure things with this meditation stuff. I now have a new word for people like that.
Oh yes, I've heard of this word.
Kangaroo.
Yeah, I love it.
I love it too. It's so good, so good. What do you call an Australian spiritualist? Kangaroo. I'm sorry. I'm really just a dad at heart. I'm sorry. Even though I have no children, I'm just a dad at heart. Anyway, sorry, Ems.
It's very nice. It's very nice. I really was not impressed with the presentation overall. You know, Cliff and Stuart constantly angry, whatever. That doesn't detract from their argument necessarily, just their means of presentation and communication. It's not the most efficacious way of trying to make a connection and resolve an issue, but their arguments themselves were really bad, borderline nonsensical at times, self-contradictory. Just as Frank says, Frank was in the chat was bringing forth better arguments than Cliff and Stuart were, and that's not a great compliment.
That's a low bar.
It really
that's a low bar.
But I ultimately, while Alex and Phil both did a pretty good job of trying to hold these slippery eels to the fire, they did get red herringed a few times, and they did get dragged completely off the point of the debate. Even James had tried to bring them back on at one point, but we never even came close to addressing the question of whether the God of the Bible exists. And that's a damn shame. But the good news is we had a lot of fun laughing at this nonsense.
Yeah. Look, I can't blame them for getting dragged off topic. It's like it's really hard in a debate when they bring up these points not to address them, right? You want to address these topics. And I think they did a really good job of pointing out where they didn't answer questions and didn't sort of, and I really appreciate that Alex and Phil here, when Cliff was going on his rants and his preaching, they just gave him enough rope. So he just sounded like he had no answer, because that's exactly as he came across. When he goes into these rants, you're like, well, why isn't he answering the questions? Why isn't he actually having a discussion? His attempts to shift the burden of proof were very evident. You know, like, what's your worldview so I can attack it? Well, that's not the subject. And it was great that Phil, I was really impressed with Phil. He was really good. He picked up on things and basically aired them, saying, hey, this is not the topic of the debate, so why are we going here? And why haven't you answered these questions? You know, that they've tried in good faith to answer all the questions they can, honestly, and being told, no, you can't have that answer. What do you mean?
Only my answer is valid. You have to pick what I say.
Yes, I found I was actually really impressed with Phil. Very impressed. I don't know. I hadn't heard of him. I'm sorry, Skydive Phil, hadn't heard of him. But I have been told that I'm not well versed on like tons of communities. I'm not that much of a networking person. I do.
Oh no,
admit that.
it's perfectly fair. I mean, there's a bunch of creators that I do know about in our community that I can't keep up with. There's a lot of people doing stuff.
Yeah, I try. I do try, but I was really impressed. I think I'm going to subscribe to Skydive Phil. I'm obviously already subscribed to Alex. He's fantastic, and I do like how Alex sort of gave Phil, like, obviously Alex O'Connor is much more well known than Phil. I like that he gave Phil time to do his own arguments and air his own thing. That's something that I've done on Modern Day Debate is let somebody that hasn't been on there take more control of the debate, so you don't overshadow them necessarily, and I like to try to do that, to have them present their own arguments and stuff, which is really good. I really dislike it when one person, the more well-known one, just, the other person's just a potted plant, as Alex O'Connor describes it, because one person is the much more competent debater. I think it's important that, if you are doing a team debate, that, yeah, you may be better, but that doesn't mean that the other person shouldn't have their time to shine. And I really firmly believe that. So, kudos to Alex. Really well done. I think that cornered them again and again and again. And I think that they did a good job of holding their feet to the fire. Some slipped past. Yes, absolutely. But that does happen in a debate. And you do want to give responses to these objections, in some way. I think they did a good job of giving a response, then bringing it back to the original discussion. But when we break it down, the question is, well, what evidence did we get for a God?
Well, you have to know the answer to the 4 questions. Yeah, there wasn't much. I think we got because Bible once, maybe twice.
Yep. Nothing. They presented literally nothing except claims. You might say, hey, the Bible's evidence. Well, no, really, that's the claim. And their claim was that it was eyewitness evidence. You don't know who wrote the Bible. I don't know. We presume it was Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, but nobody knows. It's not evidence, my guy. It's not. It's a claim.
Augustine rewrote the Bible, so,
just a little, yeah.
Does it matter who originally wrote it? If you're gonna, it's like with a movie, you've got your original script writer, but then it goes through a whole team of revisions and 17 versions, and you turn in the script for Die Hard, and it comes back with All Dogs Go to Heaven, with one line by Bruce Willis in there. It's not even. It doesn't matter who wrote it originally.
We don't really know how much of that was done. That's part of the problem. It could have been a little bit like the addition of Mark, or it could have been a lot. The fact that we don't know is kind of the problem. But I mean, at some points, Cliff and Stuart cornered themselves. At one point saying, why would people make things up and then it not go into the Bible? And knowing that there's gospels out there that didn't make it into the Bible, and they do claim they were false narratives written before the Bible was put together, so they're okay to leave out. I mean, I really had hoped that Alex and Phil would pick up on that and sort of say, hey, but there's these books that you think were false narratives that were written at the time that didn't make it. You can't remember everything in a debate. It's hard. This is a lot harder than it seems. And I know that. Ember knows that. You can't remember everything, and just because you would have done something doesn't mean that they did the wrong thing. It's just a it's very easy to sit back and go, oh, they should have said this or they should have said that.
Oh,
very easy to do so.
That's the reason we do it, is so that, we do these because they're fun. But
that's my main.
The official reason we do these is to point out what people could have done differently, so that when you're engaged in a debate, you have tools available. You say, oh, I could take the Alex O'Connor route and go for animal suffering, or I could take the Mark and Ember route and say, hey, you've rejected a bunch of books as false narratives. What criteria do you use to determine which of the books are the holy ones and which ones are the fakes?
Or you can sort of say, hey, that directly contradicts your claim that there were no false narratives written before the Bibles were compiled. Because both can't be true. It's contradiction. But, you know, I hope you've had fun. I've had a ton of fun. This was really good, and I'm sorry it went so late. I didn't know. I thought we'd gotten through only half of it, but apparently it went for a longer time than I... Actually, it's only an hour and a half. Did I tangent that much? I probably did. Look, blame me anyway. I'm fine with it. I'm 100% fine with it.
Yeah, we got a little off topic, more so than usual a few times, but you know, it was generally fun, so it's
I had fun.
It's fine. Yeah.
I hope all of you had fun out there. And yeah, these debates, they are ideas being jammed up against one another. And, you know, we're going to have differences of opinion. I think that there's no need for hostility. There's no need for that kind of thing. And I do want to really congratulate Alex O'Connor and Phil for maintaining sort of a level of decorum. And I really think that they looked very comfortable in where they were. And I got to say, Cliff and Stuart looked pretty uncomfortable. So take that for what it is. I obviously do agree with Alex and Phil, but I can certainly point out where logical fallacies are on the theist side. I thought Phil was rude to the moderator. Sorry, Phil. Totally wrong. I do apologize. That was jumping to conclusions. But do we have anything to add? What are you up to, Ems? Are you doing any shows soon?
Oh, so many shows.
Okay. I'll go to your channel and see if I can get some linky links.
Oh, nothing's...
You haven't lined them up yet? All right.
So I'm starting to get the reboot of the channel going. There is a new video coming, but right now it's only available to members, because members are supporters, so they get to see shit first. But that will be coming out sometime this next week. I forget when, because I just went through my analytics and it told me what was the best time to post a video, and I just selected that time. So I didn't put thought into it. I let YouTube tell me what would be the best time.
Oh, look, I got to be honest. I've never looked at my analytics. I got to be honest with you. I don't think I've ever looked at it, which is really embarrassing.
The way your channel is outperforming mine by miles, I wouldn't worry about it, because whatever I'm doing is not as effective as what you're already doing.
I don't know what I'm doing. I have no idea how I got here, quite frankly. I keep saying that, and people are like, oh, yeah, you know what you're doing. You're just saying you don't know. Really, I've got no idea what I'm doing. Trust me. Or at least that's the way it feels to me. Maybe I do, and something is clicking. I don't know. I'm really confused. I'm really confused, because I think there's a lot of fantastic channels. Yeah, no, I don't think I ever have. Maya, I don't think so. I'm not even sure where to go, to be honest with you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just don't pay attention to stuff like that. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
It's fine. Most of it is just like minor details. Like if I post the same video at a slightly different time,
people are from and stuff like that. Isn't it like that kind of stuff?
Yeah, that stuff's in there too. I know 43% of people who watch my videos are from the US, which means I have a majority international audience, which I like. I think that's cool. Yeah.
Oh, that might be interesting. Maybe I'll see if I can find and check it out. See where all the peeps are coming from. See if there's any Australians there. That would be cool.
Yeah, for sure.
Big shout out. Big shout out.
Yeah, it's good stuff. But yeah, video coming out next week.
Mark hit the jackpot by being an epic debate bro in a dude bro heavy culture. Yeah, I think there's a bit more to it than that, but sure. Why not? Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Why not?
Being good at it kind of helps.
Most of my listeners, Greenland's not a real country. Come on now.
That's semi-true. It's still technically part of Denmark.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. I thought it was its own kind of thing.
it's quasi-independent. It's almost Canada level of independent, but Canada still technically is the property of the Crown of England, even though it's administered separately.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, you know that and I don't. It's Big Bad
I'm
Mama
closer to
winding me up.
Canada.
Okay. Can you see what I'm
Proximity
doing? I don't-
conveys knowledge.
I think Big Bad Mama's trolling me. Anyway, thank you so much for joining us. I hope you've had fun. If you want to see part 1, go over to Ember's channel. I've linked it. Go over there, subscribe, hit like, and watch the series part 1. Ember had fantastic takes on things, fantastic stuff over there. So please do and support the community. Fantastic stuff going on over at Better Than Ember. I know because I've been over there. It's really cool. But apart from that, do be kind to yourself. Don't let people tell you, oh, when you hit the bed, like you're going to think of this. That is just, don't let people tell you what you think. That's being kind to yourself. It's really laughable. It's annoying, sure, but be kind to yourself and not go, oh, do I really think that? No, it's okay. You can think whatever you want. It's fine. And be kind to each other. But until next time, where we will have another debate that we're going in for. Oh, that reminds me. I think Planet Peterson wanted to know if we were doing his debate versus T-Rock. So that's one option. I'm not sure. It is a bit old, and it is T-Rock. T-Rock is a bit bad. Let's say bad. Like bad. But it might be fun. We'll check it out. And maybe give Planet Peterson an invite if he wants to come over. All good. If not, we may have another one in mind. But yeah, until next time. Bye, everyone.
Toodles.